Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in Guantanamo. Like Pharaoh getting plagued from the hands of the creator. Locusts devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most of the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like the flamingo. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I give you not. I give you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like a wonder from an oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We got momentum approval. Invent the doctor dances cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, penny speed. And everything foreign symbols all suspended sentence.
Self-suppression and evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you'll get hesitant penance cause like the president your 10 hands. Your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method. Yes, you guessed it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president ascends. So don't expect the reality, depend on me, my vanity. It's enough for giving me. You can't resist the skin. So give yourself a movement. Still, feel the war, emotion while you see.
Cross cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta write. Each time I stand all night, now I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P.
Round
Todd.
Robin, your questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the Round Robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down up in these streets, nobody left to spend. Still thinking about the night before my praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing blue red lights. I've run to see the college.
It is October the 20th, 2024. We are just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7:16 to be exact. Wherever you are listening to us around the world, we appreciate you tuning in. We are with you all morning long on this NFL Week 7 Round Robin, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. Oh, man, what have we been doing on this show this season? It has been fantastic. Every week just seems to be getting better and better. In the last 3 or 4 weeks, especially, last 3 weeks, I would say, as we are coming off a trifecta of victories, and we look to continue that on again this afternoon. Well, this is the gist of the show. If you're just tuning in for the first time, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll look at the weather and the updated lines right now, first thing in the morning. Then we'll pipe in our man, Dave Del Grande, from Castro Valley, California, out on the West Coast. We'll talk about some of the hot topics. We have NBA on the horizon, and he's an NBA expert as well as an NFL gambling expert. So we'll dabble into a little bit of the NBA, and then we'll get into our usual cast of characters with Dave, discussing the AFC West games, the NFC West games. Fortunately, a lot of these guys play each other this week, so that'll give us more time to look at some of the other stuff as well. And we'll go through the fun slate of games as well. The fun slate of games meaning the higher scoring games. We'll look to put together an A ticket for him, his prime plays, and then
we'll call those the greedy plays on my part, or, things he may want to reach on a little bit. He may call them greedy or a B ticket. And we'll kind of have a primary and a subsidiary list of things that Dave will want to get into this afternoon as far as the NFL wagering slate is concerned. After that, we'll look at Survivor Pool, where we've had Survivor Madness early on in the season. The last 2 or 3 weeks has settled down just a little bit. So a lot of pools still alive. We thought that some of these Survivor pools would be over by now, but alas, we still have competition, and I'm still with the same young lady, Kelly, in our Survivor pool. It's just been me and her head-to-head here the last 3 weeks. We'll see what we come up with today as far as a Survivor pick. Then after that, we'll have Nephew Dave. We'll have the Ant-Man coming in as well, and we'll go through the whole slate of games. And we're just not talking about looking for equal line value or fair line value, or we're not going to go hardcore about getting the best line, half a point, whatever. We definitely have an obscure angle of the way that we do things around here. It seems to work for us. Our philosophy is that we can put down some $10, $15, $20 bets and turn those into $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. And by the time that we win one of those bets, which we've been doing very well with this season already, cashing some big tickets, then we can turn around and lose a bunch of those $10, $15, $20 bets without going into the negative and still coming out with a big positive payout at the end of the day. I would say that we're basically, if we didn't have so many bills around here, like the streaming software, which is doubled in price, I would say that we are free rolling for the rest of the season at this point. And in terms of collecting money from the books and what we're going to probably put in for the rest of the regular season, I would say that we're somewhat on the free roll right now. So this show is running hot. We'll get our cold streaks eventually, but we will zag before you zig, and we will look to turn things into a profit on our end, whether that's going to be with 2 touchdown scorers, 1 touchdown scores, both bets we've won so far, receiving props for running backs, rushing props for quarterbacks, alternative lines, alternative team totals, touchdown passing props, touchdown or passer yardage. Those are all things we like to look at and more, and we'll come up through things throughout the show. In fact, Nephew Dave and the Ant-Man had a real big ticket live last week. They had 3 games in which they had a touchdown and a field goal for each team in each half. And that ticket was well live into the 4 o'clock time frame. And I think the Cowboys goofed it up at the end of the day. But they were looking at $50,000 payouts on just a small, $10, $15, $20 bet, whatever they were putting down. The Ant-Man had $50,000 at least at stake on his, and he was close. Thursday night, how about this on Thursday night? If we're going to do a quick recap of anything, I'll recap the Thursday game. It was an ugly game. It was the Broncos and the Saints, right? Where are we going to get our props from? The Saints look completely banged up. They look like garbage. Denver's not the greatest team, but we did have a good angle. We did like Denver, but we didn't play that per se. I went ahead and just did my investigating through today. I figured Bo Nix as a rushing prop would be pretty good. I probably lowballed him too much as he rushed for over 70 yards, I think. Maybe did he get 90? He got a lot. Whatever he got a lot, and he went over all his alternative totals. I only pegged him for 25 yards. And then I took a look at the tight ends. I looked at this kid Kroll for Denver, and something that me and Del Grande will preach, Dave Del Grande, coming up here in just a few minutes, is that we will look at some of the lower hanging fruit, some of these guys starting to get involved. Maybe 1 week they get a catch and a couple targets. The next week they'll get 2 catches and maybe 3 or 4 targets, and they start to trend upwards. Well, this kid Kroll, the tight end for Denver, for 50 yards receiving was paying 13-1. 13-1 for him. And then on the flip side, Foster Moreau for the Saints, who's been having a pretty good season. He's come out of nowhere. He's done okay for, I think, Seattle in the past, and now he's with the Saints here. I believe he was with Seattle in the past. I could be wrong about that. But Moreau, who's a player who's been trending upwards, he was paying plus 1150 for 50 yards. And I dumped it down as well. I took it for 40 yards receiving for each. But I went ahead and played both of those tight ends, Kroll and Foster Moreau. Is Foster Moreau a wide receiver? He may be. I feel like he's a tight end. 50 yards receiving each, and just 25 yards rushing for Knicks. That's it. 50 yards, and 25. My $200 risk-free investment. Because if I were to lose this bet, I would have gotten those funds back in sportsbook credits for free play that I can bet on anything. So it's just like free money back. That $200 bet on those three players, Bo Nix for 25 yards, Foster Moreau for 50 yards receiving, and Kroll for 50 yards receiving. That $200 bet paid $171,000. Knicks had his rushing prop just about right out of the gate. That first drive of the game, he threw a ball which went over Kroll's head, where he probably could have gotten his 50 yards right there on that play, to be honest, if he turned around and went to the end zone. Kroll ended up with 41 on the dot. And Foster Moreau had 38 first half receiving yards. So right there at halftime, we were looking at needing 12 yards for Moreau, and we needed, I think, 32 for Kroll with that overthrown pass that he could have had it. I mean, we're really, really close to being right on the doorstep of $171,000, literally at halftime. And maybe even Moreau gets one more catch that first half. Maybe Kroll catches that ball. I mean, that's a right out of the gate winner, perhaps. Once the game was a blowout and it looked like Denver was going to go run heavy, I went ahead and did the cash out. So I did collect, not probably as much as I wanted to, but I had to get out of there with at least a nice little payout at the end of the day, which we did. But that's a good lesson. What we'll do through this morning is we'll go through and, some of these guys will find some low-hanging numbers, like the Drake May touchdowns last week. We said we can't resist it. He was 14-1 for 3 passing touchdowns, and that's what he got. So we'll look for some of those things throughout the morning as well, looking to turn the minimal investment into the maximum profit. All right, we do have the ticker up on the screen. We do have a Sunday morning game. We should be getting right back to you in the first quarter after I'm done with Dave Del Grande, and we'll join the Patriots and the Jaguars. My Patriots playing a Sunday morning game. So we will, if you need a play for that, I'm going to say that again. I mean, let's just take a look at that real quick. If we need some sort of a play, I'm going to take the Patriots team points. It looks like we do have a little bit of rain, perhaps, in the forecast. But the winds is not nearly as bad as they said it could be. They say it could be. But the Patriots team total points right now are at 17.5. And I do have an alternate number on them that I played. And I will look at that to go over 24.5 is at plus 340. If you think they can get to 28 points today, you can get plus 560. So good numbers there. As far as the passing props go, I'm going to look at the Drake May stuff again. I might look at him with the rushing as well. But for Drake May to have 250 yards passing today is at plus 310. His alternate passing touchdowns today, 3 touchdowns for Drake May passing. That's what he had last week is plus 1060. So that's a great number still available out there. And then as far as the rushing props go, Drake May's at 27.5. I would not doubt that he gets over that as well. 50 yards for him today is at plus 370. for the 2 touchdowns for Drake May, too. I believe he's at 47-1. I think that's worth a shot. Let's see here. Drake May for 2 touchdowns today is now at 39-1. So that has actually dropped and working back towards him. Other 2 touchdown scorers, we'll just look at it real quick. 12-1 for Ramondre Stevenson. Brian Thomas Jr., 14-1. Dearness Johnson, we're going to get him as a running back today. No Travis Etienne. So 17-1 for Dearness Johnson. There is Tank Bigsby at 6-1. Christian Kirk is at 20-1. Evan Ingram, who was injured a couple weeks ago, back in the lineup, 22-1. Hunter Henry, 39-1. Demario Douglas, 41-1. Jalen Polk, 80-1 is a nice sleepy play today for New England. He's getting involved in the offense a little bit more. He's getting more catches every week. 80-1 perhaps for 2 touchdowns for him is fantastic. His baseline receiving yards is just 13.5 today. Jalen Polk can't get over 13.5 receiving yards, getting the ball a lot more. To climb the ladder, you'll hear ladders, but we like to use the term popcorn parlay. So you can throw this in your popcorn parlay. Pop, pop, pop. As the popcorn blows up. 40 yards for Jalen Polk is at plus 420. Jalen Polk for 50 yards is plus 710. 60 yards plus 1040. And 70 yards is at 13-1. So some big numbers out there all across the board for the Patriots. If we're going to go ahead and just take a look at the other side of things, I'll throw some Lawrence props at you. His baseline is 230.5 to get a nice payout for him. 300 yards passing plus 550. And then for the alternate touchdown passes for him, let's see, 2 touchdowns for Lawrence today plus 110. 3 touchdowns plus 450 if you're a Jags backer. I'm not taking anything Jags. I've been off them all season. I'm not about to hop on them now. I'll use Brian Thomas Jr. as my fantasy wide receiver, although I'll probably bench him today, maybe in favor for a running back on my list of characters that I have fantasy-wise. And we'll get some of the fantasy stuff with Dave Del Grande coming up as well. All right, let's go through the board. That looks like our only potential rain game today, as everything looks beautiful out there. I mean, we are talking upper 70s in Green Bay today with the Texans and the Packers, minus 2.5 and 48.5 in that game. Houston putting up over 40 points last week. Green Bay with the big offensive output. With this nice weather, and I'm always a little skeptical of these 2 higher scoring teams always going against each other. But I think it's fair game today on all the props with these 2 guys. Talking about Stroud and Love. And Tank Dell could be involved today for sure. I expect him to be. The wide receivers for Green Bay, it's just pick your poison. Which one do you want to ride? But maybe they all get a touchdown. I expect a lot of points in that Green Bay Texans game today. Beautiful 77 degrees, no wind in Lambeau Field. Buffalo and Tennessee will have a nice day weather-wise. I'm starting to think this is low-hanging fruit now that we have Mason Rudolph in the game for Tennessee. But this line all the way up to 9, which is probably too much for me at the lay if I like Buffalo. I think I'm going to lean Tennessee here. But I would lean a higher scoring game, 41.5. It was a bloodbath for the sports book last week. We've been using that term here the last few weeks, kind of expecting there to be a bloodbath for the sports book. So if you won big last week, just be a little cautious. Everyone won. The books got killed last week. So you were not the only winner. You called a public week to win some bets. So maybe a time to, again, zag a little bit and maybe find an underdog or 2 here. And Tennessee could be one today, catching 9. The Dolphins catching 3 at Indianapolis, over under 43.5. That stadium's notorious for points as well. Low-hanging fruit numbers on Tyreek Hill. We'll get into that game as we go through the morning. Atlanta and Seattle, two teams with a lot of offensive output. Seattle with a bad defense. The Falcons with a mediocre defense. They've been decent. But the Falcons are -3, 51.5. How about Drake London? Drake London cashing my ticket last week in the 4 o'clock window, as he is my 5th touchdown scorer on the day. So thank you, Drake London. He is a clear number 1 receiver. I like him to get in the end zone again later, and we'll talk more on that through the show. They are inside at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Well, that's a little bit of a retractable roof, right? So maybe they'll open that thing up a little bit today down in Atlanta, as we have just dominant, clear, sunny weather throughout the country, really, and warmer temperatures. Detroit is at Minnesota as an underdog. Detroit, they're catching 1.5, 50.5 here. The public's all over Minnesota. The sharp players are all over Detroit. So what side do you want to be on today? I'm going to put myself on the side of the sharps for sure. And that is with the Lions. I think the wrong team favored in that matchup indoors at Minnesota. We're outside in Cleveland. Weather should not be an issue there with the Browns and the Bengals. Another nice day. -5.5 for Cincinnati. Over under 41.5. And we get Nick Chubb back today. Just buyer beware on the Nick Chubb props. You might want to jump on him. You might be thinking you want to jump on him because he's coming back today. And, what else? What other options does the Browns have, really? But Nick Chubb, maybe limited action. We shall see how they use him. I did see a video of him squatting about 600 pounds and to depth, too. He was getting all the way down, not some of these training videos if you see guys squatting about a quarter squat, thinking they're doing great things with 1,000,000 pounds on their back. Nope. You must get below 90 in your depth on your squat for it to count. And Nick Chubb was doing that in the video earlier this week. So we assume his knee is good. But how much will he play will be the question there. No weather issues in the Meadowlands with the Giants and the Eagles. NFC East matchup. Nephew Dave, our NFC East expert, will break that down. The Giants, a nice pesky defense. The Eagles have troubles on their offensive line right now, but they do have their skill players back. Interesting game. Philly laying 3, 42.5 in that game. The Rams are in the later window, afternoon games. The 4 o'clock East Coast, 1 o'clock West Coast. The Rams -7 now, so that line is up to 43.5. They are in SoFi Stadium. Do we get Cooper Kupp back today? That's where the Ant-Man will come involved. He's great with these injuries on game day. So we'll discuss that. Do I have Cooper Kupp listed? Let's see here. Most of these props have been off the board. I do not see Cooper Kupp listed right now. I do not. So we'll assume that he's a scratch for the moment. I have not seen anything. Maybe they ruled him out. I was on the road doing rugby yesterday in Roanoke. Shout out to the Virginia Beach Falcons, winning 51-13, and I am now 4-0 as their head coach. So if I missed the Cup news, I missed it. We'll get fresh on all that this morning. Rams -7, 43.5. The Commanders and the Panthers -9.5 for the Commanders now. This line is up to 9.5, 51.5. It should be a beautiful day there. I love a prop in this game. I mean, the Carolina Panthers secondary is a complete turnstile. They are an automatic over team. So the Commanders, I think, will get their points. Do they let off the gas if they're up big? We shall see. But give me some scary Terry McLaurin props, as I expect him to wreak havoc in the bad Carolina Panthers secondary this afternoon. That might be my favorite prop on the board, is to take McLaurin today. And we have some good ones. I'll have to get some tickets ready for to post up on the screen. Well, I have Del Grande on the phone. Let's see. The 49ers are -1.5 and 47.5 with the Chiefs. Both of these teams coming off long rests. The Chiefs with a bye. 49ers Thursday night football. Injuries on both sides of the ball here. Running back in particular for the 49ers. Obviously Rice, Rashee Rice for the Chiefs, and their running back issues as well. 425 Tom Brady game, making the call later on this afternoon at Levi Stadium. The night game, here we go. Another system play. 7-0. How about the Chargers last week? We went ahead and talked about why's my StreamYard not working? All right, we might have to cue this up here. Oh, there we go. All right. We need that to work. There we go. We're awake now. NBA's upon us. All right, that's Del Grande. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, but the system plays 7-0. How about the Chargers? Last week, -3. The system play on this show is this. It is when you have a team on the road who has the worst record. They are the favorites at the home team who has the better record. Did you follow that? So tonight, the Jets, who are the worst team with the worst record, are a favorite on the road at the team with the better record. The Chargers made that prop 7-0 last week on the show in the last 3 years. Yes, this is our third season doing this, and this is a system play that I have been playing for 20 years or so, and I've only seen it lose once. Now, this is a little bit of an oddity, I must say. One, it is a conference game and not a division game. I like it a lot better what's in the division and not in the conference. The other thing is we had Devontae Adams on the trade. The coach has been fired for the Jets, 2 weeks ago, but still recently. And we have a quarterback change in Pittsburgh. They bitched Fields for Russell Wilson. So Russell Wilson will get his debut on Sunday Night Football, which I don't think a lot of Steeler fans get that at all. So the system play says take the Jets -1.5, over under 38.5. We'll get the crew's thoughts on that as we go throughout the morning. And then we have 2 Monday night games. The Ravens -3.5 and 49.5 at Tampa Bay. Both of those teams are naturally over teams to me at this point. The Ravens have been for weeks. The Buccaneers have been for weeks. So 49.5 might sound high, but that might be an easily you still might get that in the second quarter. And these teams fly up and down the field. And then we have a nightcapper on Monday night as well, a 9 o'clock kickoff with the Chargers and the Cardinals, West Coast, kind of like the old school Monday Night Football that started at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Chargers -1.5 and 44.5. Man, do you remember that, having to wait all the way until 9 o'clock Eastern to lose your money back on Monday, to lose all the money that you were trying to win back that you lost on Sunday? Well, we'll get that feel. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll be big winners by that point with the 9 o'clock Eastern kickoff, Arizona and the Chargers. All right. So a few line movements recently. It looks like the Rams number is the main one that's gone up, as well as the Commanders line has gone up. And those would be the key ones that I see right off the bat so far. And you get a relatively low number with this Green Bay Houston game at 48.5. I think that one's actually up a point as well. I believe that was 47.5 earlier this week. And you know what? The Patriots or the Jags are taking money as well, as they're up to 6.5, 41.5. That game starting right at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we will be back for the first quarter of that. All right. So without further ado, let's get our man Dave Del Grande on. He is with Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He is a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and he is the founder of MrFantasy.com himself. This is our 2-hour conversation with our man on the West Coast from Castro Valley, California, Dave Del Grande. NBA's upon us. Let's see here. The top 3 news stories I think I've gathered in the last 24 hours or so. This conversation taking place on Friday is that Kawhi Leonard is out indefinitely. Paul George is hurt again. And Joel Embiid may never play a back-to-back ever again. So it's the same old NBA, Dave?
Yes, you could say that. The last couple of years in the NBA, in my mind, two teams have stood out, and yet we haven't seen them yet play in the finals. So, I mean, if there's going to be something new this year that NBA fans could hope for, it would be that we finally get the Nuggets and Celtics showdown in the finals. It appeared we were headed in that direction 2 years ago, and then Boston lost to Miami. I think Miami was seeded 8th at the time, and was denied a trip to the finals, and then Denver won that finals easily. And then last year, and once again, we appeared headed in that direction until Denver stubbed its foot against Minnesota. Boston went on predictably, and then won their championship real easily. So we've got two teams that have looked very dominant when they've gotten to the big stage, but they haven't played each other yet. And this is interesting because 2 years ago, we were talking about the possibility of Denver winning multiple championships, and they really had a nice foundation and, of course, the best player in the league. And then all of a sudden, 1 year later, very few people talk about them, and everyone's talking about the Celtics, and rightfully so. They're a very, very solid team, 6 deep there in all-star type talent. And, I would say a virtual lock to make it back to the finals this year, although the Eastern competition has gotten a little stronger, except for Philadelphia, apparently. So it's, I look forward, I'm not a Celtics fan, but I look forward to that NBA finals this year finally happening.
I was going to bring this up a little later, but since you are on the Celtics, I went ahead and did this. I get it. I know it's early. A lot of injuries can happen. But I couldn't help myself. We had a nice winning weekend. I had $30 sitting right there. The payout for $30 is $9,500. And these three things need to happen: the Detroit Lions to win the Super Bowl, UConn to win the national championship, and the Boston Celtics to win the East. Easy $30 investment right now, looking at things.
Well, you never know what's going to happen in college basketball. Certainly, UConn has become a powerhouse, to be dealt with.
And obviously, the three-peat is the main thing. It's the three-peat. Can they do it? But go ahead.
Yeah, right. And they last year, surprisingly, in my mind anyway, they lost a lot of talent from the first championship team and came right back and won rather easily last season with a new cast. They've lost more talent to the NBA, but they've reloaded again. For the life of me, I can't figure out why Duke is never more competitive on the national level. I mean, every year they're like Alabama and Georgia in football. I mean, a 5-star player, he's going to Duke. A 5-star player, he's going to Duke. Best player in the nation, he's going to Duke. As good a college prospect as we've seen the last 10 years, he's going to Duke. Then I just saw the initial poll for this season, and they're barely cracking the top 10. I mean, crying out loud, who's coaching that team? It just seems but I mean, my point is that college basketball is loaded with talent, and up and down. I mean, if Cooper Flagg were to be the sensation that a lot of people expect him to be, then why wouldn't Duke have a chance to win the championship? And yet, supposedly there are 7 teams better than them. So I think I think the college basketball, to me, remains wildly unpredictable, far more so, obviously, than the NBA.
Back to the NBA, full on. Victor Wembanyama, a lot of people after the playoffs will feel like that he was robbed out of the Defensive Player of the Year award. If that award happened with the playoffs included, I think Gobert would have regressed behind him for sure. He was the one who was the winner of that award last year. But going into it this year, don't you think the voters may feel like they need to make things right for Wemby? He's minus 155. As long as he puts out the same output he did last season, do you think it's a layup for him to win that, considering he didn't win it last year?
You would think so. My concern, though, is with the Spurs. What are they thinking? Are they really going to go all out to win games this year and try to make the playoffs, or are they still 1 year away from doing that? And I was disappointed, but not surprised in the draft where the Spurs had 2 of the top 8 picks, I want to say.
Right.
And I thought, okay, well, this, they've got a couple of good players. Obviously, they've got Wemby. Now you add 2 top 8 players, and now you've got your foundation for the future. But they turned right around and traded the number 8 pick for a first-rounder next year, which is supposed to be a super draft. And that, to me, was an indication that they're not playing for this year. They're playing for next year. They're trying, everybody's after Cooper Flag. And that seems to be already, before even the previous draft had unfolded, that seemed to be in Popovich's mind. That, we're sacrificing next season, but we'll give up the number 8 pick. We'll get another shot at the lottery. And we'll go after the Flag Wembanyama, coupling that's going to lead us to multiple championships down the line. If in fact that is their thinking, then the big concern about Wembanyama is how many games is he going to play? Is he going to play back-to-backs? Are they going to risk him unnecessarily in a season where they're trying to lose games anyway? And then all of a sudden, he only plays 70 games. He only plays 65. Maybe he's got an injury. He doesn't even make the 65-game threshold. And you're laying a price on him where he was the best defensive player in the league all year, but you lose because of circumstances. That would be my only concern about him.
So speaking of the NBA draft, I thought the Spurs missed an opportunity to do really something fun for the fans, at least. And that's to draft Zach Edey with that pick that they traded away that you mentioned. They could have had him. They could have had multiple 7 foot and a half guys or more on that front line. Even Edey just to spell him at times as well. But both of them on the court would have been a lot of fun. From what I gather in the preseason, it looks like Edey's doing pretty well there for Memphis. But I would have liked to have seen that front line in action together. Any thought on that?
Well, I think what we learned last year in the NBA is this two-headed monster of big men, it does not play well in the NBA. Minnesota tried it last year with the 2 big guys, and a lot of people, including myself, said this is a very bad idea. This is not going to work, especially when one of them is landlocked. Gobert can only play around the basket, and that's just going to clog up the middle and prevent them from driving lanes and force the other big guy, the guy they just traded. Give me a name.
Oh, Towns. Karl Anthony.
Towns. They forced Towns to play outside the 3-point line all season, jack up a bunch of bad 3-pointers. Now,
right, true.
I was proven wrong over the course of the regular season when Minnesota actually did quite well in the regular season. But as we saw in the playoffs, that kind of team only matches up well with other teams that are big. When you play smaller teams like Dallas and Towns has to chase around, littler guys on the perimeter, it just doesn't work. And Minnesota realized this and traded Towns, to get a more traditional lineup with smaller guys. So I think the problem with adding Edey to Wembanyama is this incredible lob force around the basket. But if you have Edey standing in there, and that's all he can do is stand around the basket, draw big men around him, that clogs up the area around the rim. So I can see why they wouldn't necessarily want to go in that direction. I do think they need a powerful big man, to complement Wembanyama, who obviously is not powerful in any way, shape, or form. He's not going to be guarding, Embiid and Jokic and, the more dominant interior players in the NBA. So they are going to need a big guy, but I think that big guy has to be someone like Lopez, a big man who can stretch out to the perimeter and hit 3-pointers and leave the basket area open on the offensive end, while at the same time you got a big body to put on these other big guys. So that's an addition, I think, when they get serious about winning, when they, decide that they've found their young nucleus. Now let's bring in a couple of veteran players. Probably won't happen this season. Next season, that's got to be the type of guy they look for.
Okay, I'm always looking for the bad team that's going to be the next decent team. Someone you can get a good payout on at the end of the day. I'm going to take a flyer on one NBA team to win their division. Let me update their odds real quick here.
First off, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
There is an absolute lock that's going to be at a decent price to win their division this year.
Oh, okay. All right.
Absolute lock.
Let me give you mine so you can laugh at it all. So you can laugh and tell me why I'm stupid. And then I'm going to guess yours. But I like the Charlotte Hornets, 29-1. As long as LaMelo can stay healthy. Miller showed signs of promise last year. I think this is a young team just getting better. I feel like they're improved on the coaching staff, perhaps. And at the end of the day, I think that's a winnable division. I'm not a big believer in the Hawks. Miami could still be another year older. Orlando, nice season last year. Playoff team. And that's another team with some size as well. But beatable at the end of the day? Yeah, probably. If I'm going to take a long shot flyer, 29-1 on a division, I'm going to take a small shot on the Hornets. I'll be plugging my nose. Is there a good chance that it loses? Yes. Is the price good enough for me to buy in? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of picking the lowest hanging fruit. In other words, you look at the weakest division, and why is it weak? Well, it's weak because there's no outstanding team in there. When there's no outstanding team, then yeah, sure, everybody's got a chance. I mean, you would think that Orlando, which is trending in a very nice direction, has a superstar type player in the making. You would think Orlando would be able to take another step forward this year, but there's no guarantees there. I agree with you that I'm not an Atlanta fan. I don't think they're doing anything. I doubt they're going to make the playoffs this year. Miami is always intriguing because they're, they hang in there. But the problem with Miami is they're like the Clippers. I mean, they have so many injured players that, the guys aren't going to play back-to-backs. Jimmy Butler's going to miss his 20 games. And in the end, there'll be an 8 seed in the playoffs and, not an 8 seed that you're going to want to play. But, yeah, there's a very good chance that they don't win the division title. And then, of course, that leaves Washington, who we don't need to talk about. So, I think, in Charlotte's case, if you can beat Orlando, then you got a shot.
All right, so we're priced in at 29-1. Okay, let me try to weed out and get to your team. Obviously, it's not going to be someone like the Celtics.
Correct.
Or the 76ers. Let's see. There's a chance that you like the Pacers, but I'm also going to say there's a chance that I know you don't like Ingram. Maybe Dallas takes a step back, Memphis unproven, and Houston seems to be getting better. So I'll take a shot that your wild card team is either Indiana or Houston.
Neither is correct.
Okay. What do you got for me?
I don't know. I don't know the line now on these teams. So if this team is 8-5,
right,
then I don't think it's worth it, but I can't believe it's going to be that big of a favorite, being that the competition, is vastly overrated. And that's good from a line standpoint.
So
that should give us a good line.
It's got to be Denver.
No, but no, that division's too tough. I mean,
right.
So many people are picking Oklahoma City to advance to the finals this year, and to be the Western team that takes that next step.
Yeah.
They made a couple of nice moves in the offseason. I wouldn't be surprised. I think that Oklahoma City is Denver's chief competition in the conference. And man, the fact that they're in the same division, you throw Minnesota in there, who basically had the same record as these two teams last year. And I think Minnesota's better this year. I think that, like I just said, I think they're, as long as they can get Randall to play,
right.
He's a better fit for what they need. And then you throw in DiVincenzo, was a very useful player last year for the Knicks. I think that they have a chance to be. I think that division is a monster.
Yeah, Minnesota added toughness, if anything, getting rid of Towns and adding those two guys, I would say.
Do you have the odds on the various teams to win their division?
Yeah, yep.
Give me the odds in the Pacific Division.
All right, the odds in the Pacific are Phoenix at plus 165, Sacramento plus 270, your Warriors plus 440, the Lakers 5-1, the Clippers plus 850.
All right, so it's about what I.
So it's Phoenix.
Phoenix is the most overrated.
Right. Okay. Well, they're 8-5 basically on the line.
Right.
Okay.
That's terrible. I mean, Sacramento is a team that that went out and got better. I mean, they added DeRozan, who's a clutch player, an all-star type player. Phoenix
is soft. Yes.
And Bradley Beal went in there last year.
Oh yeah, you hate him.
And was an absolute negative.
Right.
I mean, they should have gotten rid of him. Not that I don't like Bradley Beal, but he just was a terrible fit for that kind of team. And they still got him, and they're injury prone. Durant's not putting in a full season. Beal's always injured. They lack depth. I'm not even sure. I wouldn't even pick them necessarily to make the playoffs. And then you've got the Lakers and the Warriors, two teams that are well past their prime.
Right.
They've become 500 teams. That 500 ain't going to win that division. And then you've got the Clippers, who are, borderline. They're already in the tank. And so, I mean, you got four teams there that all have big names and are nowhere near as good as people would think they are. And then you got Sacramento, who quietly has become a very consistently good team. And now, of all the teams in the league, you could say the Knicks did this as well, but, they went out and acquired themselves a star player at a very minimal cost. I mean, basically no cost. And so they bring him in to a team that, this is not a veteran team by any means. You've got a nice young nucleus there. You've got players like Murray, who you would think would be better this year. You've got, Fox has been consistently good. He's not a real old guy. Sabonis is, one of the top players in the league, and he's a nice veteran player, but not that old. It's not like, it's not like the Warriors or the Lakers where, if LeBron turns back the clock or Curry turns back the clock. No, there's none of that with Sacramento. Nobody's turning back the clock.
Right.
They just need to do what they've done the last 2 or 3 years or more, which they're fully capable of. And you add DeRozan, and you've got, Murray developing into a better player. I just think that they are an absolute lock to win that division. And at basically 2-1, you're saying you're stealing money.
And for their sake, for their team points, and especially against the older competition, they'd be wise to run them off the floor. That's kind of their style anyway. So maybe some alternate team totals for the Kings against this kind of competition?
Well, the good thing about the Kings, again, compared to the competition, is they're going to show up every night. You know, I mean, we've already seen this with the Warriors in recent years when they were younger. That, well, we don't play Draymond and Curry on back-to-backs or on the road or whatever. I mean, it's this thing, and the Lakers very similar to that. It's like there is no emphasis. There are no points given for winning the division title. Yeah, you get a slightly better playoff seeding. Big deal. You think LeBron cares who he plays in the first round of the playoffs? You think Curry cares who they play in the first round of the playoffs? And so there's zero emphasis on either of those teams, to win the division title. Now, Phoenix is, they have something to prove, but they've been so bad in recent years that how in the world are people projecting? They're just looking at, well, they got Durant, they got Booker, and they got Beal. They got these three all-stars. Well, yeah, they had them last year too, and how'd that work out? And it wasn't because, well, Durant was injured all year or Booker was injured all year. No. They were, for themselves, they were relatively healthy. You want to see them injured, wait till this year when they're a year older. And again, no reason for Phoenix to push it in the regular season to prove anything. Whereas Sacramento, not that they have something to prove, but Sacramento is going to show up on the second night of back-to-back. They're going to show up on the fourth night of a 6-game trip because they're young and they're healthy and they want to win the division. They want to be one of the top 4 seeds going into the playoffs with their home court advantage that they would cherish in the playoffs. I just think that it just sets up to me like they're going to win this division and I would guess by 5 games. I couldn't even tell you who's going to finish second because I don't think it's going to be Phoenix, and so that leaves the Warriors and the Lakers, and both of them are like, oh man, are they even capable of winning 45 games? I'm not sure, especially with the Warriors. So I couldn't pick the second place team in the division, and that being the case, all the more reason to pick the first place team.
All right, and everyone out there listening or tuning in, this is Dave's wheelhouse. He does cover the Warriors.
Absolute lock.
So this is all right, Dave. Here, how about this ticket? I'll take your Kings at plus 270. I'll take my Charlotte Hornets at 29-1, and we'll get super greedy here, and we're going to get paid 110-1 to win their divisions respectively. How about that?
You're giving money away. You don't just take the Kings.
Maybe oh man, I would like to have a better price, but I feel Vegas is smart, aren't they? They're on it. The number right there tells you. Because when have the Kings been 270 to win this division in previous years? They just haven't. They've been much longer than that. My feeling about these, what are they called? The long-term lines, right.
They don't add up.
Right.
If you play, if you bet on every team in the league to win their division, you'd lose money. You'd lose a lot of money. It just doesn't. It's supposed to be close to 50-50, right? You either win or you lose, and if you win the money. If you lose, then you lose the money. But the house and you both get about the same amount of percentage-wise. In these long-range things, the house take on it has to be about 50%. It's just. They just jab you with these lines, and there's no way that like I said, if horse racing were like this, nobody would go to the track because you can't get a real line. There's 4 teams at 5-1 or less, in their division. No. If you've got an 8-5 favorite, then the other teams need to be, 5-1, 8-1, and 10-1,
Right.
not 2.5 to 1 and 4 to 1 and 5 to 1. Come on.
Right.
This is just.
And a good lesson to be learned for everyone out there, too. Sometimes, not a lot of times, because it does kind of stick to what Dave's saying, the narrative. But sometimes when the odds start moving around, you will actually find a good one. You're like, okay, that actually makes sense now. But, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. The pre-lines for everything is always much worse and harder to come by.
What I love, and, I don't pay close attention to these things, but in the NFL, we just had 2 major trades, right, which affect the long-term odds for these teams. But what you tend to see, again, in my amateur viewpoint here as an outsider, is you take someone like the Jets, okay, and maybe the Jets were, 3-1 to win their division before they acquired Adams, and now they've gone to 2-1, something, along those lines. Well, when you go from 3-1 to 2-1, that means the other teams in division should all get better lines, right?
Right.
And yet you don't see them adjusted nearly to the level that you see we'll jack the price up on the Jets, but we won't give you anything more on the Bills, or we won't give you a little, crumble more on the Dolphins. It's like, no. It's supposed to be an even. You're already stealing money from us. If you make the Jets from 3-1 to 2-1, well, then you got to make the Bills, from 2-1 to 3-1 to even that out, and you never see that happen.
Well, let's take a quick look at that. The Bills are minus 390. It's kind of hard to believe they're that big of a favorite. The Jets are actually plus 550. Dolphins plus 950. Patriots 100 to 1.
Well, are the Patriots eliminated already? That's another thing. They'll be eliminated from the division title, and yet you can still get your money down on them at 1,000 to 1.
Right.
No. Anyway,
what about the trades? Who did you like the trade better for, Buffalo or the Jets? And I got Cooper on my bench, and we talked about it in fantasy. I wasn't playing him, but man, he's going to be a juicy player to be in my lineup now coming up.
He is. I think there's 2 different things to look at here, and that is, I think Adams is a better addition to the Jets than Cooper is to the Bills, in the sense that the Jets need something positive to happen for them right now. And this is it. I mean, this is the jolt that should help them emotionally become a better offensive team. They've struggled offensively. They tried to get, as we talked about last week, they tried to get Hall more involved in the game this last game, which they did. I didn't think they got him involved enough in the passing game, but they did get him more involved, which was a good thing. And of course, you got Wilson still. But then every time they threw the ball to Williams and he dropped it, and Rodgers is rolling his eyes, and you just know, you're thinking, why is this guy on the field? I mean, it oozed with negativity. And that's kind of where the Jets were headed. I think this move, wow, we got Adams now. We got Adams and Wilson. That's the best tandem of receivers in the entire league. Now we've got Hall, we've woken him up. This is good. Aaron's still healthy. I think the Jets right now are in a better frame of mind than they've been in the entire season. So I think in that regard, I think the trade was better for the Jets than it was for the Bills. That said, I think that Cooper goes into a situation where he's going to get a lot more targets than Adams will with the Jets, because, Adams got to share the ball with Wilson and with Hall.
Yeah, and I do have Wilson on my team, too, as a negative. I will say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, So I think that Cooper, should go into Buffalo and become what Diggs was. In other words, it's this 10 to 12 target guy per game. We just saw the Bills play Monday night, and the ball goes to the tight end. How many times they're going to throw the ball to the tight end? And then they throw one to Coleman. They throw one on the other side. They throw one to a third guy you've never heard of. And it's like, wow, they're making the most of their, the receiver options, but they just don't have that one guy that they've had before that they can count on. And now that's become their tight ends, especially Kincaid. Well, now that changes. Now this whole dynamic changes, and they've got Diggs back. They've got this frontline receiver, and of course, arguably the best quarterback in the entire league. So I think this is a real positive thing from a fantasy standpoint, an individual stat standpoint for Cooper.
Detroit and Dallas, is that more an indictment on Dallas and how bad their bottom can be, or is that something more to look at with the Detroit angle? Wow, this is as good as they can be, or just kind of somewhere in the middle of that?
Well, it's probably undoubtedly it's in the middle somewhere. I got to say that I am thoroughly impressed with what the Lions have done. And I mean, you talk about a team that's just
I like them. I bet them
far greater than the parts. Right? It's like when you look at them, it's like, well, they've got Montgomery, who's a good between the tackles runner, decent. You would say, well, they got Gibbs on the outside. I don't really think they use him quite enough. They got Amon Brown, who's St. Brown. Again, I think he's a good player. I think they should probably use him more. But the fact that they don't use Gibbs all that much and they don't use St. Brown all that much is just an indication that they've developed some of this other talent. And now all of a sudden, my boy, Jameson Williams, he looks like a star in the making. I mean, he is, what Kansas City has been missing. And this is that guy that gets down the field and gets open, and you find him, even if you just find him twice a game down there, it's, the touchdown's waiting to happen. And when you have that, especially when your complimentary receiver is St. Brown, who's one of these, Cooper Kupp, Godwin underneath type pattern runners. Well, when you've got a guy like that and you've got a guy who stretches the field, it's a perfect complement for each other. And so I just think it's so well put together. Inside running, outside running, short passing, long passing, good tight end,
the trenches,
and a consistent quarterback. And it's, man, I can't wait to see this week's game because, Minnesota is obviously improved this year. They'll put pressure on the quarterback. Maybe what Dallas couldn't do because of all of Dallas's defensive injuries. And so, we'll see how Goff stands up to, that kind of pressure. But I think, we'll learn a lot more about Detroit this week than we did last week. But man, I'm impressed. My son's playing fantasy football for the first time ever this year, and doesn't pay any attention to my rules of how to draft fantasy teams.
Right.
I would never. I've almost never draft two guys from the same team unless it's like a real hookup between a quarterback and a wide receiver. He drafted 3 Lions, including 2 running backs. Like, if there's something I'll say I will never do in my fantasy life is draft 2 running backs from the same team. But he, I saw his roster. Like, you got Montgomery and Gibbs and Goff. It's like, wow. This is, and he said, what's wrong with that? I said, well, it's just too much all or nothing. If the Lions have a bad game, you're going to lose. And that's kind of not what fantasy is about. Fantasy is about having an all-star team, not about having all the best collection from one team, because it's very rare that three guys from the same team all have a good game on the same day, right? And so he's like, oh, okay, lesson learned. Well, look who's looking like a fool now, me, because he's 6-0, I'm 2-4. We're not in the same league. Every game, Montgomery scores a touchdown, and Gibbs gets his numbers, and Goff's having a nice season. And man, do I wish I had 3 Lions in my lineup that I could put in there right now. So it's like I said, it's fun to watch.
I saw a post online where someone actually had an all Lions fantasy team. They had every player.
Well, it would have been nice last week. Because, like I said, it's one thing, if all your guys are Chiefs, right, and, the way they spread the ball around, everybody gets a little, but nobody gets a whole lot, and they're, they score their 24 points every game, and that's enough to win. Well, that's not going to win anything for you in fantasy, whereas Detroit, who similarly spreads the ball around, but, they're going to score 31, 38, 40 some odd points, then you've got a chance to be successful. I mean, I'm not saying you should try this at home, but there are times, I would have expected this year with the Dolphins that they would be an example of one of these teams where you would definitely want multiple Dolphins in your lineup for how good I thought their offense was going to be, and it hasn't turned out that way. So this is the problem. You load up on one team and they don't, they underachieve, then it sabotages your whole season.
All right, guys and ladies out there tuning in, here's what we do. We talk the AFC West, the NFC West. We try to find the other fun games. We're already on the topic of it with the Lions and the Vikings. So we'll just go ahead and start there. Dave, I was trying to think of some stupid joke, like, are we trying to start World War III by sending the Jaguars and Patriots over there to play in London, or something like that? I mean, they've seen a lot of bad football by now, and obviously more jokes with you guys waking up on the West Coast to watch this game as well, or not watch this game is what it was.
Exactly. Who's waking up for that game?
But one quick stat there, we like the low-hanging fruit. Drake May with some low-hanging numbers paid off last week. I may try to take a shot with him again. Any thought there just on that?
Well, you have to be concerned about were the numbers last week just simply a case of they were so far behind that they threw the ball more than they normally will. I could see them in the future, especially if Douglas develops into a real nice weapon for him, where maybe that they'll be able to use May's passing skills more than the traditional Patriots way of playing. But as we stand today, this is still a running team, and Jacksonville's a poor running defense. I mean, you talk about a tailor-made for New England to grind out a game like this. Problem is Stevenson's injured, and I don't know if he's playing this game or not. If he's not, then you've got a collection of bad backs, and now they're going to have to throw the ball. I don't know. I mean, the way Jacksonville's gone, they could easily lose this game, which would be shocking, but it's possible. I have no interest in watching this game, and from a fantasy standpoint, I have no interest in trying to predict what's going to happen here, because this game looks like you said, it could be one of the worst games on the entire NFL schedule, and then we wake up out here at 9:00 on Sunday morning, and it's what? It's 28-27 in the middle of the third quarter. How in the world did that happen? I'm not going to waste our time talking about this game.
Stevenson could be trade bait in my eyes. He's fumbled the ball a bunch maybe falling out of favor with coaches a little bit. You could see him getting traded, right? Perhaps.
Well, everybody's talking about receivers getting traded. I mean, that, as much as we've talked about it in the fantasy draft and even before that, this league is turning into a collection of really good receivers. And those teams that don't have them now realize, look at Buffalo. Went into this season thinking we'll be better off without our two top receivers. And they've done fine, but they've gotten 5 weeks into the season, and now they've decided maybe we should reconsider, go out there and get us one of these real good receivers, which they did. And I think that there's a handful of other teams as well as a handful of receivers. Look at Tennessee. I can't believe how bad Tennessee has turned into offensively. I guess you got to blame the quarterback, but he certainly looked a lot better last year than he did this year. But Ridley's complaining about not getting any catches. He got 8 targets last week, by the way. But that's kind of an indication that, wow, he got 8 targets and no catches, and he's complaining. The ball must not be thrown accurately. Then you've got Hopkins, who people are talking about as possibly being someone that they might want to trade. You've got some really good receivers out there in situations where why wouldn't they trade Hopkins and try to turn that into a second-round pick or third-round pick or whatever you're going to get for him. So there's, there are needy teams for wide receivers, and there are teams that have some pretty good ones. Like, look at Darius Slayton for the Giants. He wasn't playing at all. Giants are a team that basically throws the ball to just 2 wideouts, and with Neighbors and with Wandale Robinson, they were 10, 12, 14 targets per game. And Darius Slayton he's even on the team. And now Neighbors has gone out for 2 weeks and Slayton's gone in there. And this guy hasn't been playing. This guy could start for about 20 other teams. I would think, it's kind of a blessing for the Giants. Now they've got 2 games to showcase him. And you got, Kansas City sitting out there saying, man, wish we had a frontline receiver like that. I expect Kansas City to make a move. I expect 4 or 5 other teams to potentially, even Dallas, I would think that Dallas has to do something. Dallas is now the Jets. They are a team that's about to go in the tank, and they need somebody to come in there and be an injection of positivity. That could be a running back there because they could use a running back, but it's just, it's so much easier to plug in a new wide receiver. And if they brought in Ridley or they brought in Hopkins or, any number of other top flight receivers who might be available, I think it would be a big boost to them. So I don't think we're done with these trades.
Yeah, I don't either. Actually, Kansas City, they probably could use a running back too, on top of a receiver, if you think about it. All right, Detroit Vikings. Let's see here. I think the wrong team's favored. Minnesota is undefeated, so rightfully, I guess they should be favored. It's 1.5. The total's 50.5. And this is the obvious fun game to me. How do we not talk about the undefeated Vikings and the Lions here and what they did last week? But I like the Lions. Everything that you said about them, spot on beforehand. The show has been on them here for a few years now. Why jump off that ship? I got to think at the end of the day, they can just outclass the Vikings a little bit and get the win. And I'm not going to say convincingly, but if they won by 10 points, I don't think that would shock me, especially after last week. They are full on. I expect this to be a green light for most of the props that you want to try to do. But in particular, what's the one or two things you like the best here?
Well, I agree with you about this game. It's to me, the 49ers are playing the Chiefs in the afternoon, but among the early games, it stands out as the obvious game that you would want to watch. Minnesota's been surprisingly good, but Aaron Jones is still out for Minnesota, it appears, which makes them far less of a running threat, makes them more of a passing
I
team.
do have him listed, but that doesn't mean anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, hasn't been practicing, for whatever that means. Likely out is what, I've been reading. So anyway, I think you're correct. I think Detroit's the better team in this game. I think, Minnesota's going to have to, put pressure on the quarterback in order to be successful. I think Minnesota is going to have to go overboard throwing the football. Not that that's a terrible idea for them because they've got the top receiver in the league. But even if that's successful, I think Detroit is fully capable of matching points and more with them. I think to me, with Detroit, what direction you want to go in. It just seems that everybody contributes something. I'd ride the Jameson Williams train for as long as until he, is designated as a true star receiver in the league. I just think he is a guy who he doesn't get a lot of targets. They do use him on reverses every once in a while, at least once a game. They do throw, 2 or 3 long balls to him every game. And like I said, it's not balls that they're forcing down the field just to show a deep pass. No, it's because they've done all this short stuff and the defense is creeping up. And here comes the blitz to get pressure on the quarterback. And now Jameson Williams is running behind the defense. I mean, he's a touchdown waiting to happen on almost every play, which is a fantasy delight. And so, on Detroit's side, if I were looking at anything, and which, it would be a kind of a good idea to look at something, I'm going to go with him to score a touchdown or even go over hopefully a relatively modest,
47 and a half.
There you go. I mean, one catch, gets you that. That's even better than a touchdown because it seems to me that they've been pricing him down on touchdowns.
Plus 210 on the touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 47 and a half is a way better play there. Like I said, with him, that's one ball. And they're going to try 3 or 4 times in the game to get him that pass. On the other side, I don't see Minnesota having any choice but to force feed the ball to Jefferson time and time again. 10 to 15 targets, probably over 100 yards, perhaps 2 touchdowns. I mean, to me, he's, obviously the numbers are going to be high on him, but I think he can go, he can get to 100 yards. He can get to, 2 touchdowns. So he might be, well, again, depending upon what the numbers are, he might be someone you throw on more of a greedy ticket where, let's shoot for the 2 touchdowns here or the 120 yards receiving. But that's what I would look at in this game.
Jefferson is minus 120 for a touchdown, which is fine if I'm going to do 5 or 6 players for 1 touchdown, which I've been having success with. Then I'm going to throw him on that list.
Yeah, that's a surprise. That's again, given the fact that they're not, the running backs are not at full strength, and their quarterback is not the kind of guy that's going to run the ball in. I certainly make him the favorite among Minnesota players to score a touchdown in a game where they figure to score 3. And, the more Detroit scores, the more Minnesota's going to have to score. So minus 120 is way better than I would have expected.
And plus 550 for 2. And here's another little trick as well. And I learned this with Derrick Henry. I got to about 2/3 the way through the first quarter. maybe a little bit more, maybe more like 3 minutes left in the first quarter. And when I rechecked the lines on some of the guys, because a lot of these games will start a little slower before we get a touchdown. And the Derrick Henry line dropped from minus 330 for a touchdown all the way down to minus 135. And that was the right time to buy. So even if you miss kickoff, get in a little bit late, don't freak out because you're bound to get Jefferson at some point closer to 2-1, which really makes for a nice ticket knowing that he's going to probably get in before halftime, third quarter, whatever the case may be, right? I'll throw another one at you because I think this is a new train coming into the station. And I was like, where the hell did this guy come from? And I knew he was on the Broncos, but we haven't seen him forever. And that's Tim Patrick. And with the Broncos cutting him, the Lions pick him up. Now he scored a couple of times already. He's plus 550 for a touchdown. I mean, that's a nice player to throw on the greedy ticket for a line to pay off, right?
Well, you got, like I said, you can go. They aren't going to score 6 touchdowns. I mean, and you could make a case for every guy. Especially obviously Montgomery, he scored a touchdown in every game.
He's going to take one. Yes.
He's if you're going to say, well, who's going to get a touchdown for them? You got to go with him first. And then Gibbs has been decent at scoring touchdowns. St. Brown has always scored touchdowns. They got a tight end who catches passes. They got this deep threat now who's a touchdown machine. I mean, it's if you're making a list of most likely guys to score touchdowns for them, you probably put Patrick, 5th or 6th on the list. And now you look at that price. Well, geez, if he's the 5th most likely guy to score a touchdown, shouldn't he be like 15-1, not just 5-1? So I'm, I'm going to pass on that.
Okay. Let's see here. And let's see, since you brought up Montgomery, he's minus 125 and Gibbs is plus 125. So the Montgomery and Justin Jefferson, some of these like profit boost tokens require you to have 2 things at the same game. So that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to put Montgomery.
Well, I think I said, my 2, 2 things in this game. I'm going to go with Williams over his receiving yards in this game, and I'm going to go with Jefferson to score a TD in this game. And if I were looking on a greedy ticket, then I would look at Jefferson, for over 120 yards, or Jefferson to score 2 touchdowns, or heck, even 3 touchdowns. But that would be, that's your domain. But on my conservative domain, give me Jefferson for a TD. Give me Jameson Williams over the
Okay.
receiving.
All right, they're locked in. And just since you brought it up, Justin Jefferson, 31-1 for 3 greedy touchdowns. All right, let's see here. So let's peruse the early kickoffs. Obviously, there's a few games that can be higher scoring here, but something.
I agree. I think there are a couple. I think there are 2 games to me that stand out other than the Detroit game.
Well, we know how this Indianapolis place can get going with points just by default. And maybe with Miami with a week off, can they find some sort of an offense? So I'll say there's potential there only because it's in the Indianapolis. There's always potential there. But the same can be said about this. Let's see. Is this an early game? Yes, Atlanta and Seattle. That's indoors and with Atlanta. We obviously can see a lot of points there. The Falcons have been a nice offensive juggernaut lately. Seattle can move the ball as well. Seattle's defense has been bad. There's also this Green Bay Texans game, which you got to imagine at least the Packers get their own points. I think at the end of the day, Green Bay may be the better team and win that game a little more handily than we think. But points for all those games?
Well, yes, I think you hit on the ones that I was going to mention:
Yep. Seattle
and Atlanta, and Houston and Green Bay. But let's start with that quickly with that Miami Indy game. And this is a game where, under normal circumstances, you would say this game has the highest scoring game of the week written all over it. But the problem is Miami.
They've been
I've single-handedly, the Dolphins have taken down my fantasy team so far to the point where I had to stop playing Tyreek Hill. Probably should have stopped playing Achane already. And it's gotten to the point where I can't put these guys back in the lineup until they prove that that this team can really get it going before Tua comes back. And I'm not sure that's going to happen this week.
The Colts do have a bad secondary.
Yep. But they're and this is the week for them. But I would have thought last game against Tennessee would have been the week for them to turn it around, and they were embarrassingly bad in that game. So I gotta stay clear of Miami all the way around. I do think that Indy, I would not be shocked at all, even with Taylor out of the lineup this week, if Indy won this game rather handily. I think Miami's another one of these teams that's teetering, and just they need Tua to come back, but I don't know if and when that's going to happen. I think Indy's going to win this game. But anyway, so I would have, but still, I'm hesitant to be active in that game. I think the other two games, Seattle and Atlanta, to me, at Atlanta, two teams that seem to have a nice thing going offensively. We talked about Bijan Robinson last week.
Yes, great call. Yep.
He did come through with a couple of touchdowns in that game. Unfortunately, they gave Algier, a lot of the carries once they got ahead in that game. And that was unfortunate, but still Robinson had a big game. They got their passing game going good. Seattle's defense is nothing special. Meanwhile, Seattle's got their passing game going. So I think that this could be a very high scoring game. But again, so who do you look at? What I've found in doing some research on this game is neither one of these teams defend the tight end position very well. And yet both teams have a tight end who's trending upward. My boy Pitts, who I hate, but I've learned to respect a little bit this year. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a decent game here. And Fant, while everybody's concerned about Seattle's outside receivers, Fant is someone who gets 5 or 6 balls, thrown to him every game. He's been very productive. Last week, Atlanta played Carolina last week. Carolina threw the ball 10 times to their tight end. Maybe that says something about the Carolina's wide receivers.
Right.
But the fact is that they saw something that, told them that, let's take advantage of the tight ends, and their tight ends are terrible. So if Seattle always throws 5 or 6 balls to Fant no matter what's going on. So if they favor him this week a little bit more, I think both of those tight ends, again, I don't know, I wouldn't put them on my A ticket, but I'd put both Fant and Pitts in some way, shape, or form onto some B ticket.
Fant is over 24.5 for his baseline, and Kyle Pitts 40.5. And you're right, you do almost get the feeling as well of Pitts. It's almost like a chain kind of like churning his engines a little bit more, getting a little bit more steam, getting a little bit faster. You kind of see it in the game as well. If he's going to be trusted a little bit, then Cousins will give him the ball. And Cousins is a down the field passer as well.
And the key thing there is that London has become a true number one.
He's a one. Yep.
And Mooney has come in there and done very well for them, as well as a number 2 receiver. Right. Plus, you got Bijan Robinson. When you go into the game, he has to be your number 1 concern. In terms of he catches the ball well, but mostly as a runner. So you've got 3 guys that you really need to focus on defensively. And then, that opens up the field for somebody else to be successful. And like you said, Pitt certainly has the athleticism to be successful when giving some breathing room in the field. Not a great pattern and runner, but if you're going to leave him open, he'll outrun you. And so he's another one of these guys, kind of like Jameson Williams, who for a tight end, I'd say among any tight end in the league, he's as likely as any of them to catch a 25-yard pass, catch a short one in a seam, break a tackle. Next thing you know, he's 25 yards down the field, even going the distance sometimes. So when you're talking about 40 yards receiving for a game, that can be 2 catches for him. So I like both of those, especially like Fant. I think Fant's number's way low. I like both of those receiving numbers on my B ticket.
And the first half total team points is usually a little bit lower than the total games. And I'm getting 13.5 for the Falcons, 12.5 for the Seahawks. I mean, I could see this being 17-14 at halftime.
Yeah, this is not an area that I like to deal in, because there's so much depends upon who wins the toss, and what you don't want is the team winning the toss who is going to grind out a seven-minute drive to a field goal.
Right.
Then you're totally screwed. And then the second thing is, where you luck into this a lot of times, you've got to score in the final 2 minutes of the half in order to get to a number like this. Well, again, that comes down to circumstances. You've stopped the team at the 50, they punt, there's 2 minutes to go, you're starting at your own 10-yard line. You're more concerned about running out the clock than you are, driving 90 yards for this touchdown that you need. And so I don't know, there just seems to be a luck factor involved a lot of times in that particular play. So, that's not my cup of tea.
All right, 10-4. So we're going to put this on the B list with Noah Fant and
Pitts, both over their receiving yards.
B list receiving yards. And we'll keep the 2 players that we have on our main ticket, Jameson Williams over 47.5 yards receiving, and Justin Jefferson a touchdown. All right, how about this Packer game? I mean, there's a lot of mouths to feed on both sides. Maybe it makes it a little easier without Nico Collins around to figure out who's going to get the ball. If you're going to give me a shot at one of them, I like Dell. I like the fact that they get him involved. He's always gotten him involved when he's around. Now that there's no Nico, and this happened last year without Nico, it was all about Dell a little bit more than what Diggs would bring you, I think, here. So on the Houston side, give me Dell. And I'll say this as well. The Joe Mixon receiving yards, I can't remember the last time that has gone under. I mean, that's an auto play over, betting that every time. And that's going to be a low-hanger fruit for Mixon, as he is at, I think, 16.5 yards receiving. So I like that on the Houston side. It looks like my man Wicks is hurt. I don't see him listed anyway as a touchdown scorer. So I'm going to go back to the probably with, if I got to pick someone on that Green Bay side, then man, it really feels like Watson is the guy a little bit. Although he loves Dobbs, I mean, they're getting decent prices for a touchdown. Anyway, what's your best prop in this game?
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be a very high-scoring game. But what was interesting is Mixon, oh my goodness, came back last week, having played all season, and yet, he had an incredible game.
He scored twice for us. We had him for 2.
And I'm surprised they used him as much as they did. They even, like you said, they even threw the ball to him. He caught a touchdown pass. And that to me was surprising. Again, maybe that had to do with the way the game was unfolding. I think if Houston still, even without Collins, as more of a passing team, I agree with you 100% on Dell. That it's kind of like when I was talking about Slayton before with the Giants. It's like, I don't know, as a third receiver, it just doesn't do as much as you would expect. But when you put him into the lineup as a number one or a number two, all of a sudden he looks like a number one or a number two. And Dell had a big game last week. I think this is going to be a passing fest here. I don't think Green Bay is going to run the ball at all against Houston's defense. And yet Green Bay's passing game, yeah, I mean, Wicks has been banged up. Reed has been banged up. Watson has been banged up, but they all seem to be trending in a good direction. Certainly last week, it was an embarrassment of riches the way they threw the ball last week. And Houston, I think, counters that with passing as well. So, and that being the case, I also agree with you on Mixon's receiving total, 16.5. He catches a couple of balls and he gets there. So I think that I would look at Love in this game in terms of passing TDs. This is he had 4 last week. Watson catches passes down by the goal line, and when they get close, they can run the ball in. But like I said, I think this is going to be more of a passing fest where both quarterbacks are going to put up big numbers. And so I would look at Love for 3 TDs. I don't know what kind of numbers you're looking at 2 TDs, at 3 TDs, but I think 2 TDs is a bare minimum for him this week.
Minus 174 for 2 touchdowns, plus 225 for 3 touchdowns. When I cashed out my Thursday night ticket, I sat there and did a quarterback perusing, and I did do a round robin where I played both of these quarterbacks with 3 touchdowns each with some other quarterbacks throughout the day. So plus 225 for Jordan Love. And on that note, for Stroud, I'll go ahead and throw his out there as well. 2 touchdowns for him is minus 104, plus 360 for 3 passing touchdowns for Stroud. Problem with him is he might give it to Mixon a little bit more at the goal line. So maybe his yards is the better option, where you're getting plus 310 for 300 yards passing.
Yeah, like I said, I think there's could be a ton of passing in this game, and I think Green Bay is the better team in this game. I think they're just and they're more one-dimensional in terms of, like you said, the concern about Houston. Houston could put up a lot of points in this game, could put up a lot of yards, but it could be 250 passing and 150 rushing and split those numbers like that, whereas Green Bay is much more likely to be a 300 to 100 type of split. So I take my chances more with Love in this game. I take him, on my B ticket, I'm going to take him over 3 touchdowns at the nice price.
All right, plus 225 for 3 touchdowns on the B ticket. Do you want to throw anyone on the A ticket?
No.
All right, no Mixon on the A ticket. They'll be on my
well,
A ticket.
You like him in receiving. I can see that too. So I'm not going to talk you out. That does seem like an awfully low price. But I'll give you the credit for that one.
Right. All right. Thank you. I'll take him all the way up to 40 receiving at the greedy price, to be honest. And 47.5. That's just a low total overall for these two.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
All right. And that would mean team total points for the Packers will probably be an attractive one as well. We talked about team total points and alternate points last week. I mean, this is going to be a super high scoring game, and we like Green Bay. Their baseline's 25.5. To get to 30 points for the Packers is going to be at 2-to-1 odds.
It just seems to me that it's going to be that kind of game. I think if either team scores 30 in this game, if I had to pick one, I'd pick Green Bay. I do think that Houston is type of team that you can't take your foot off the pedal against a team like that, because they have quick strike potential. You can get ahead, 27-14 late in the game, and still think, we got to get one more against this team to be safe. And, you end up throwing the ball with a 2-touchdown lead in the middle of the fourth quarter because you want to get that last score. So, I think, a lot of this points to Green Bay scoring third.
For what it's worth, too, we know how the Texans did in Minnesota. They didn't do well. That was more of a competitive game, although the Packers had the rally. That was still a competitive game at the end of the day when Green Bay played Minnesota. So I would definitely trust Green Bay more at home just to outclass the Texans a little bit. And if they won that game semi-convincingly by 10 points, that wouldn't shock me either, to be honest.
Well, in watching Green Bay, I watched the Green Bay game last week. It just looked like they were very comfortable passing the ball. I mean, it was one of those things where I don't know what's going on in the mind of the quarterback or the coaches or whatever, but it was almost like we're going to get all four of our receivers a touchdown. And they threw the first one to Dobbs. They threw the second one to Reed, and it was like, all right, we got to get through this one to Watson. And then they threw the next one to Watson. And then, okay, we got to get this one to Wicks. And then they tried to get one to him, and they couldn't. They ended up throwing the ball back to Dobbs, and he got a second touchdown. And it was like they were just toying with the defense, with all of their weapons out there. And that it was scary. I mean, when Love gets time, and with those collection of receivers, they're as potent as any passing game in the league.
Well, definitely scary for me because my under lock of the week was under 47.5 in that game, and it landed right on 47. But I think easily could have gone over maybe if Green Bay kept the gas pedal on. I was ready to wring the Cardinals' stupid necks for getting blown out so early in that game. All right. I think that does it all for the early window. I'm not going to talk about Will Levis. We talked some Buffalo. We'll pass that.
I see nothing else on the early window.
Yeah. Browns, Bengals, nothing. And then it's good to see Nick Chubb back, though. I'll say that for Cleveland.
Yes, and I will say this because we talked about him earlier. I'm hesitant. I have Cooper on my fantasy team as well. I'm hesitant to play him this week.
Yeah, I can't.
Because I want to see. He hasn't been there. And doesn't really know the system that well. They're playing Tennessee, which I think Buffalo is going to win this game real handily. I do think they'll try to get him involved,
right?
In some ways, but I don't think they're going to overdo it with him. And so, I can see Cooper in this game catching 5 passes for 50 yards, maybe a touchdown, maybe not. I don't think this is going to be that week where you say, "Oh boy, this is he's going to have a big year with Buffalo." Yeah, he probably will, but I wouldn't rush into it.
You know what? That actually might be a good live line touchdown play on Cooper. Buy on him late second half, maybe early third, maybe late second half, knowing that they'll give him the charity touchdown sometime closer to halftime, maybe early mid-third quarter when they're blowing out Tennessee.
That's a very good idea, especially if they go in at halftime of this game, they're winning 21-3, which is very possible. And as Tennessee is completely falling apart.
Yeah, I'm done with Will Levis. And we might see Rudolph make this game competitive if he comes in.
Well, that would be really throwing in the towel if they they went in that direction early. But anyway, so you go in 21-3 at halftime, and now Allen gets together with Cooper and says, "All right, this first drive, I'm going to get you a couple, before they take you out," and that's when he gets his charity touchdown, as you called it. That would be and meanwhile, because half the game is gone, now you're getting a nice jacked up price. That would be a fun little play right there.
All right. I'll let you know when I make it what the odds are. Okay. So we'll skip on Saquon Barkley. Maybe he didn't do anything for us last week. He's playing his old team this week. Any sort of revenge? I'll say this, and I kind of meant to bring it up, but it's hard to talk about the Giants for 5 to 10 minutes. Their defense is nice. I really do like the way that they're playing. And with a banged-up Philly line, they could be a disruptive force and a difference in this game, potentially. You called Philadelphia a fraud well before anyone else. Now I'm hearing that term thrown around a little bit more. A lot of disbelievers in Philadelphia, where they had nothing but believers at the beginning of the season. But old little Dave Del Grande out there said, no, not so fast. What have they done? They haven't looked good at all, barely getting by the Browns. Giants have feisty defense. So any Barkley props at all here? Just a tinker?
Well, this is an interesting game for the Eagles because, I mean, they're teetering. You know, they're fragile, and you know, even though they've won some games, like you said, that game last week. Oh my goodness, ugly. I mean, this is just not good football. And now here's another game where they should win this game. You would think if they're a good team, but I'm not convinced that they're a good team. And like you said, Seattle has been, the Giants have been surprisingly good. I wouldn't be shocked if the Giants won this game, and that's going to just set back the Eagles even more. They got Goddard injured, who's a key receiver for them. Yeah, they'd love to get Barkley going big time in this game, but I don't. It's just like I said. I'm just not confident in anything the Eagles are doing these days. So I'm going to sit back and watch it.
All right, our cast of characters all play each other at 4:00, so this list will go by fast. And we talked about Seattle already. Actually, we have one on Monday night as well, but we don't have to dissect nearly the amount of games. Maybe Raiders and the Rams. Rams at home -6.5, 43.5. Obviously, injuries an issue on both sides of the ball. The Raiders just aren't good. The Rams have a little bit of a glimmer of hope, you would think, but their defense is bad as well. You got to expect Stafford at least, or Kyron even to get his touchdown. I mean, he's been an auto play for a touchdown, so maybe a Kyron Williams touchdown. Not the most watchable game to me at the end of the day. So I'll probably just generally pass on it. But do you see any kind of angle here?
Well, the big thing is Cup coming back.
That'd be good. That'd be good news if he is.
He's he's been practicing this week. He thinks he's coming back this week. I'm not so sure. I wouldn't be surprised, given the fact that they're playing a very winnable game. And that if they do play him this week, at least play him part-time to get him more acclimated. He ease his way back in the lineup so that when they play a better team next week, then he's really at 100%. And that just, helps assure that the Rams are going to win this game. I mean, what kind of state of mind can the Raiders be in now? They just gave away their best player. Next thing you know, Crosby, is not practicing. And what's going on with him? You wouldn't expect that that'd be a problem, but you know how it is. You start losing games, and now your knee hurts. And so I just think it is just not a good situation at all for the Raiders. I think the Rams should win this game handily. What's interesting is that of all things, the Rams have been terrible defending tight ends this year, and the Raiders have only tight ends. Even with Mayer injured, they brought in this guy Harrison Bryant, who's actually been productive. With Bowers, of course. And if I were going with a on a long shot, B ticket, and a number popped up for him, I'd take Bryant, over a very small yardage figure, presumably. He, I want to say he caught 4 or 5 balls last week. This is even with Bowers, catching his usual 9 balls. I think it's the only way the Raiders can move the ball in this game, to throwing the ball to the tight ends. I think they're going to see 20 targets between the two of them. Obviously the Bowers number is going to be high. And then, if they're offering a number on Bryant's receiving yardage, and it's under 20, I would strongly recommend it.
Most of these numbers are off the board right now. But I'll give you one.
So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on my B ticket here. I'm going to take Bryant, unless they do something stupid and put him in a 35 or whatever.
Right.
But I'm going to take him over the nice 18.5 that they put on him.
You get the 2-1 for the Rams to win by 2 touchdowns or more, and the Rams' total team points is 26.5.
Well, if nothing else, the Raiders are decent on defense. They will be for a while until they fall behind, kind of like last week. And so, I see no reason for the Rams to run up a 41-14 win here. They're just not that type of team.
No.
Like I said, they like to, they'd like to get Kupp in there, get him five balls, get him out of there.
They're fine winning 24-17. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I don't know how the Raiders are scoring that many points, but yeah, I can see 27-10.
Well, maybe against the Rams defense, they will score that many points. Actually, it's kind of so ironic in a way where it was all Steeler fans inside the Vegas Stadium last week. The Raiders will now go on the road where their fans should return and be the dominant fan force over the Rams, right?
Well, you're presuming the Raiders still have fans. It's been hard to root for them this year.
Right, okay. All right, next game on the list is a much better game, and I do have a pick on this. I'm going to take San Francisco in this game. They're -1.5, 47.5. I know the Chiefs are off the bye. I know they've had plenty of time to game plan for the 49ers. At the end of the day, I think the 49ers just have more weapons than what the Chiefs have available at this moment in time. I think it's as simple as that. The 49ers do have the de facto bye, because last time we saw them was on a Thursday night. So they're well rested too at this point. I'm not sure of McCaffrey's status. I'm pretty sure we don't see him again, but he might be on the cusp of returning. I think the smoke and mirror job. The Chiefs impressed me a little bit. I expected more out of the Saints in that Monday night game. So I will say that the Chiefs did impress me a little bit more than I figured. The quarterback does do some things that are great. But at the end of the day, I still have Travis Kelce going to the World Series in New York. Maybe he should be at practice. I just like the Niners. I got to figure they're the hungrier team right now as well. So give me the Niners at home. And if they win this game by double digits, that's not going to shock me at all. I'm not going to be surprised by that. So give me all props, Niners. Give me the 49ers. Give me their team points over. I think they beat the Chiefs Sunday. Your thoughts?
Well, I do think the 49ers, it's a bigger game for them, no doubt about it. And they're coming off a nice win where, that they needed. And so I do think they have some momentum. Like you said, it's nice when you play the Thursday game that you get a couple extra days off going into the next game, especially when you need all the time you can to game plan for this. I think they have all the motivational edges here. They're at home. This really is a game they should win. But Kansas City, it's just hard to go against them. They're, I'd be shocked if 49ers won this game by 10 points. Kansas City always hangs in there. And what's interesting to me about this game is you've got two teams with the star running back out. And you're talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey hasn't even returned to practice yet. And he's, 49ers, I think, have a bye next week. So I think
they get the Cowboys next week, and then I think it's the bye.
Oh, okay. So he'll definitely be out these next two games. Then they go on a bye, and I think it'd be at that point that they try over those 2 weeks to ramp him back up and get him going after the bye. But now Mason got hurt too. I mean, Mason got injured in the game last week. Hasn't been practicing yet, or practicing limited. With a shoulder injury. I don't know if he's playing or not. What's interesting about that is we've seen this with the 49ers when they go from McCaffrey to Mason. And Mason was the second leading rusher in the league until last week. And now you go from Mason to Gorendo that nobody's ever heard of. And all he did last week was bust off a 60-yard run and had like 100 yards rushing in the Seattle game. I think he's a better back than Mason, me personally, because he gets to the perimeter better, and that's what the 49ers do well. I think he would be a sneaky good play if they ruled Mason out of this game. They put in Gorendo and put a very low total on him. I do think that this is going to be mostly a passing game, though. And the Chiefs without Rice, obviously, the 49ers are in a lot better shape there as well. So I agree with you that I think the 49ers are going to win. I don't think it's going to be a terrifically high-scoring game, even though I do think there's going to be a lot of passing. And like I said, if I were going to play anything in this game, I'd wait for a number to pop on Gorendo when they announce that Mason is out. Which number's got to be very low, and we've seen this before. Is the 49ers just open a new can of running backs, and the guy comes in and is immediately productive. I mean, I could easily see him rushing for 60 to 70 yards. He's going to be the guy that scores a touchdown if they rush it in by the goal line, most likely. So he can be a sneaky greedy play on your part. But again, so, kind of like the last guy that I gave you, Bryant, who had no number with him, I'd wait on Gorendo and go over his rushing total.
Gorendo right now is at plus 105 for a touchdown. And I do have Mason listed, but he could be scratched, and that number would actually go wrong. So if you think he's going to get scratched, now would be the time to jump on it because you'll get a better number now.
Well, do they have Gorendo's rushing total?
We do not have that yet.
Oh, okay.
The only two players I got listed are Kareem Hunt and Patrick Mahomes. So we'll put Gorendo with a little star to the side on the add list later. There's another prop at 4 o'clock I like in the 4 o'clock window. That's just the only other game we have going on. Right, we just have 3 games at the late window.
Yeah.
4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific. And I mean the Panthers are an auto fade on defense, especially that secondary. So you got to give me the McLaurin props. He has to have a touchdown in that game, right?
Yeah, I mean I think this game could be sneakily a higher scoring game. I mean that doesn't say anything because most Commander games are. And most Panthers game are for the opponent anyway. But the Panthers at times can put a little passing game together. Even though I think Deontay Johnson's out of the lineup now. But they have this guy Coker, who I think I may have mentioned a couple of weeks ago, looked like he was somebody who could be a part of their future, has actually come in and gotten an opportunity the last 2 weeks. It seems like, maybe it doesn't take a whole lot to impress people watching Panthers games, considering who the alternatives are. But he's come in and made a little name for himself. With Johnson, I think is out again this week. And like you said, Washington's going to put up points in this game. And I think Carolina can counter with some on their own. So if it's going to turn into a passing game and you're looking for something on the Panthers side, take a shot on Coker, and you might get something.
5-1 for a touchdown. No receiving numbers yet on him. But we'll put him a star by his side.
For a greedy ticket, that's
nice.
A nice price for a touchdown.
Yep. All right. And let's see here. McLaurin plus 105 for a touchdown. All right, so on your A ticket, we still only have 2 plays. Am I missing something?
Yes, we do, don't we?
All right, I guess we got to add to it. Maybe we don't. The next cast of characters game, and we do have another good Monday night game, so we can talk about that. Chargers and the Cardinals, 2 teams that are we can despise at times for sure. But you know what? The Chargers on the system play, although they almost got backdoored, they covered the system play, which is now 7-0 on the show. And we actually have another one with the night game on Sunday with the Jets somehow being a favorite at Pittsburgh with the worse record than the home team with a better record. But the Chargers, Cardinals, and it seems to me the Chargers are actually making an effort to pass the ball a little bit more. So maybe we can find some low-hanging passing numbers when they all develop. But any interest in this?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, what's interesting about the Chargers is that they came into the season with these 2 veteran running backs, but they also drafted Vidal.
Vidal, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I meant to say nice goodbye to he popped off last
I
week.
confused him with Corum.
Yep.
Corum was the guy that was drafted by the Rams.
Vidal scored a
they
touchdown.
Drafted Vidal.
Yep.
And so, it's like I've been waiting for Vidal, to get his opportunity. And it's come very slowly, but now the Chargers have lost one of their 2. They've lost Edwards now for the season, I think. And so they're down to 1 running back. And Vidal's getting his opportunities. I'm not saying he's worth playing at this point, but he's an injury away now from to getting into a very, very nice situation for him the rest of the season. They've been throwing a lot of balls to McConkey, who we've talked about all year as a guy who's going to be their top receiver. But who's also getting a fair amount of attention, and not surprisingly given the position he plays, is Disley. Disley had caught 4 balls last week. They don't, other than McConkey, who's a short yardage type receiver. They're down over their short yardage running back. They don't have really any outside threats that are worth talking about. They like to throw the ball short. You'd think they throw the ball to the tight ends. They actually have a second tight end who shares time, but he's injured now as well. So, this is a spot where I would expect them to throw a lot of balls to Disley this week, and he could be to me, he's the sleeper play in this game.
We had him last week too. He was definitely getting more action than he thought. So, Dave, you're doing a great job this summer picking these guys out, and in the next week or 2, they're really starting to show up. So good job so far.
Does he have a yardage total for this week?
Not right now, since
Okay.
it's the Monday game, and I'm wondering what we'll get here. But Tampa and the Ravens, that should be a good game as well. You would think.
That has a chance to be the game of the week.
Right.
I mean, that's this to me it's very similar to Detroit and Minnesota in the sense that you've got 2 teams here that are really rolling offensively. I can't believe how good Tampa's playing offensively, and Baltimore's been no great shakes on defense.
Tampa Bay neither. I mean, so both of them are going to be able to move the ball. You got to think
exactly.
Monday night.
I mean, I think both quarterbacks could have monster games in this game, and I mean Tampa. I think Tampa is going to dictate the final score in this game because Baltimore can kind of play both ways. I mean, they can beat you with their defense if they have to. They can beat you with their offense when they have to. And, in this game, I think the way Tampa has played offensively, you're going to have to beat them with your offense because Tampa's scoring 3 or 4 touchdowns at least every game they play. And so I think Baltimore's going to have to counter that. I don't think it's going to be, let's grind it out and beat this team. I think that when you look up and after one possession, you're down 7-0, well, let's forget the grind it out part. Let's just, let's attack them and try to outscore them, which some teams have been successful at it, or at least keeping it close against them. I think this has the potential to be the highest scoring game of the week. I think, both quarterbacks are very strong plays in terms of, pretty much everything you could go for. Yardage, TDs. Jackson could also score a touchdown. My boy, we call him my boy, but my pick last week of Andrews, kind of reemerging as a target there. Flowers is this team is starting to resemble Kansas City in Kansas City's glory days, where they had the one outside receiver who got a lot of balls, and then no real second outside threat. So the tight end becomes, in essence, the second receiver, or at times the first receiver in Kansas City's case. But Andrews is reemerging as that complement to Flowers, and he had a nice game last week. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I think he's got a chance again to score a touchdown in this game to get over his receiving total. So between the three of those guys, between Mayfield, yardage and TDs, Jackson, yardage, rushing TD, and Andrews, yardage and TDs, I think there are some very, very solid plays. I think this is as good a game as any on the board this week.
What do you want to put on your A list? Mayfield to get 2 touchdowns passing?
Well, that's got to be a favorite, right?
Minus 108.
Yeah. Oh, sure. That's that's a layup.
Yep. And then, do you want to throw Lamar on there? Let's see. Do you get better odds for his touchdowns or his passes? 250 yards passing is plus 162.
What's his rushing? His rushing TD?
His rushing touchdown for Lamar.
Anytime touchdown.
Plus 140.
Wow. That's very reasonable. I think that maybe we'd have to put that on our ticket,
right?
But that's plus 140 for a TD. And what about Andrews?
Andrews for a touchdown is at plus 350.
And wow, that would be a nice sweetener for our A ticket.
It would be plus a nice sweetener for the A ticket.
360?
350.
350. And what's his yardage?
His yardage is 28.5.
Wow, that's low. All right, so we're going to move Andrews plus 350 TD to our B ticket, and we're going to put over 28.5 on our A ticket.
All right. And you can actually...
So that's going to give us 4 Jefferson, J-Mo, Mayfield, and Andrews.
All right, so at some point this weekend, we're going to have the anytime touchdown score or mix and match with yards. Let's see. Harrison Bryant, Garindo, Jalen Coker, Kimi Vidal, Will Dissly, and Mark Andrews.
Well, not Vidal. We're mentioning Vidal because he's someone in fantasy if you can store on your roster somewhere. Right. This is the time.
Okay. All right. So we have 4 A-list plays then. Baker Mayfield over 1.5 passing. Mark Andrews 28.5 receiving. Jamison Williams 47.5 receiving. Justin Jefferson anytime touchdown score pays plus 933.
Okay.
All right. There we go. Fantasy. Let's get into this. You talk about your son being undefeated. How's your team doing?
Terrible.
You lost again? So you're 2-4?
It wasn't a good week to start with. But even still, went into Monday night. When was the Jets game? Monday night or Sunday night? Whatever night.
Yeah, Monday night. Yep.
Monday night. I was well within striking distance. And I had Conklin and the Jets defense, and both were terrible. on my Jets defense, especially, was terrible Monday night. So I didn't even come close, even though I expected I was, according to the projections, going to win by like half a point. I didn't even come close based on how those two guys did. So it's been, very, but I mentioned this last week. It's predictable, but last week I was without my first, third, fourth, and fifth picks. Two guys on a bye, two guys injured. And now coming back this week, I'm playing the top team, and I'm not, I just got a lot of question marks. I got my two Miami guys in a seemingly good matchup against Indy, but do I play Tyreek Hill? Do I play Achan? Do I play one of the two? I got Cooper, but I don't know that he's really ready. Talked about him before. Think he's going to be decent this week, but I don't really think he's ready for his best game. I've got Kupp coming back, but he maybe, likely is not ready for his best game. I've got Mason and Garendo, so hopefully they go with one or the other. But that's a tough opponent there. So there's a lot of possibility, but a lot of question marks this week. And so, I'm just tired of, watching Miami take my team down. So it's almost like, I'm benching all my Miami guys until otherwise, indicated. But, despite the quarterback issues, I could see Achan having a nice game against Indy this week on the carpet with his speed, on a team that, is not going to pass the ball well. So, I don't know, a lot of, I'm like a 30-point underdog this week. But the other team, doesn't look that powerful. Certainly if I were firing, if I had my lineup up there of Hill and Kupp, and Cooper, as my, two receivers and flex, and then I had Gibbs and Achan, as my backs, and I've got Love as my quarterback. That's a potent lineup. Unfortunately, except for Love and Gibbs, everybody's a big question mark, and it's almost like, I'm going to sit all four of those guys and put in 4 reserves, and then, that explains why I'm a 30-point underdog. So, but I do have Jameson Williams, who I can plug in there. I like him. I do have the 49er running back that I can plug in there. And so, those are 2 of the 4 holes that I can fill. It's just a question of, what do I do with the other 2? And I've got one other guy on my team that's pretty good, but again, it's been a nightmare. So, and I need I look ahead. I think, what? By next week, I'll have Kupp at 100%. I'll have Cooper more acclimated, and then when's Tua coming back? So I can see a day a couple weeks from now where I'm back firing on all cylinders. But the problem is, if I'm 2-7 at that point, I'm going to be like the Titans. So playing out the string. So I could really use a win this week, but it's going to take a monster game from JMO. So who I'll be rooting for.
Treading water in the swimming pool, but going more towards the deep end rather than the shallow.
Yeah. And it's the only thing worse than losing, 4 out of 6 games is thinking you're going to win until, and watching the game Monday night where you just throw the ball to Conklin, and every play is like, oh, come on, he's open. And he throws it to his boy from Green Bay, whatever his name is, and to William, just don't get me started there. So anyway, we'll I do like Love's matchup. I mean, I do like Gibbs. I do like Jameson Williams. I do like some of the guys I got going. I just wish that, I just wish the Rams would come out and say, "Oh, Kupp, Kupp's look great at practice. He's back 100%." And I could put him in there against the Raiders this week, and he could have a big game, and that could be enough to make me competitive and give me a chance. But and then my MVP, my kicker, the Dallas kicker, he's on a bye. So I can't catch a break.
All right, for the viewers and listeners out there, if they need a quarterback this week available, I see Daniel Jones, Russell Wilson, Andy Dalton, Matt Stafford. Who would you scoop up?
Yeah, really? Yeah. I can't. I didn't really like any of those that you mentioned. I mean, certainly Stafford.
Yeah, he'd have to be number one, right?
Would be a safe, the safe play. I'm looking down my.
Well, you could also have Will Levis or Drake May, but I figured.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, May
or Tyler Huntley.
I mean, Levis, man, you can't even talk about him. We're expecting Richardson back this week for Indy.
Yep.
To me, we didn't talk about this. We don't need to talk about this, but there's a sleeper in that game too, and that's Goodson. Goodson has come in. Seems to be, they were trying Sermon as the Taylor's replacement. That wasn't working out so good. They put, Tyler Goodson in there last week. He's a much better pass catcher. Right. He has some nice runs. This is, if Miami is as bad offensively as they have been, we've seen this twice already this year, including the game against Tennessee. And Tennessee's awful. And Tennessee just decided, you know what? We don't even have to throw the ball against this team. We're just going to keep running it and running it and running it and running it. And if that's the mode that Indy gets in, with their quarterback running the ball and with Goodson running the ball, they could both put up some really big numbers. He could be a real nice sleeper in terms of you're looking for a fantasy long shot to throw in your lineup this week. You're missing a couple of guys on a bye or whatever. You got some guys injured, or like my team, you got a bunch of question marks. You could do worse than throw Goodson in there.
All right. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else sticking out at any of these games coming up?
No, this is kind of like last week, where there's some really, should be some really entertaining games. Between the Seattle, Atlanta, we talked about Houston, Green Bay. I think is a great game. Detroit, Minnesota, I think is a great game. 49ers in Kansas City, not from a high-scoring standpoint, obviously from two powerhouses, should be a great game. And then, caps it all off Monday night with, Baltimore and Tampa, which could be the most entertaining game of the week. So, I mean, you're talking about five different games there that, in four different time slots, that are, wow, this is going to be, compared to the Thursday night game. Oh my God. It's must view, a lot going on. Baseball playoffs, WNBA finals, college football,
NBA tip-off.
Man, there's that's not until next week, right?
By this time next week, we'll have two teams tanking and at least a few players on rest. That was a joke.
You're talking about the NFL or the NBA?
The NBA.
Well, you could be talking about the NFL too, because there's, this week, we already talked about this, but you got Cleveland, you've got Miami, you've got Philadelphia, you've got Tennessee. I would say those four teams are all on the verge. We would say Dallas, but Dallas doesn't play in this. Those four teams are all a loss away from really potentially having problems.
Right, throwing a talent.
And so they're,
well, Cincinnati too, maybe, right? Still.
Yeah, but they've at least, they've kind of turned things into a positive direction. I think they could sustain another loss and still be okay. But this is, we talked about the trades, and this is trade deadline time, and we're talking fire sale. If things, this is especially a team like Miami. Miami's got to be thinking about firing their coach. They've got to be thinking about shaking things up in some way. I'm not quite sure how they would do that. But it's just, if they, not just because they've been losing, but because you've got this offensive guru kind of a coach, and it looks like the biggest idiot in the world because his quarterback just isn't any good. It's like, we've seen this with the 49ers over the years with Shanahan. Shanahan plugs in there any kind of quarterback, and they still do okay. For crying out loud, he had 3 good years with Garoppolo with quarterback, and then he goes somewhere else, and you see how terrible he is. And so the really good, offensive minds, they make it work even when their quarterback is subpar. This guy at Miami, man, he looks like he's never coached football before. Right, the way they're running their offense. And now they've had a bye, which they're sticking with Hundley even though Thompson's healthy. So that's an indication that they think they can do something. They're healthy. They're playing at Indy, which should mean high scoring. They really should come out and have a lot more life in this game. And if they don't, that that time bomb is the timer, the meter is running low. So so from a if you want to look from a destructive point of view, I think those 4 teams are all. Heck, I'm not sure New Orleans isn't going to start qualifying here really soon as bad as they look Thursday. But and even heck, you can even throw Jacksonville. I didn't throw Jacksonville on there, but if they go to England and they lose to New England.
Their coach is done. He has to be, right?
Yeah, and my from me, I'm looking at there's a lot of teams out there, as I mentioned before, that are looking for upgrades. This is wide open this year. The NFC has become surprisingly wide open because the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Cowboys have all taken at least a small, if not a big step backwards. You were talking before about the Lions, looking like the favorite, to go to the Super Bowl now. And that tells you that the door is open for other teams to, this is the year. If you're going to play the Lions in the NFC Championship game, and that's what it's going to take to get the Super Bowl, then this is your year, because that ain't exactly, while they look good, that isn't like playing the 49ers or playing the Eagles of the last couple of years. The door's open.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what? You brought me. I was trying to make a point. I think I got off track when I was talking about Green Bay and Houston and how Houston lost to Minnesota. We talked about how the AFC South was kind of like an old Pac-10, a chance to be one of the higher scoring divisions. It really hasn't lived up that way. It has a little bit, but not completely. But that's the NFC North. These teams can score a lot of points, all of them.
Well, yes, and now especially with Chicago having joined that mix.
Yeah.
Because, normally, Minnesota hasn't been a great offensive team necessarily in recent years, and Chicago's been a terrible offensive team. And so that division, Green Bay always tends to score points. But, hasn't really been much. But now all of a sudden, Minnesota, shockingly, given the Sam Darnold as a quarterback, has become a real good offensive team. And now Chicago really looks like they're on the verge of putting something nice. And now you throw in there the improvement in the Detroit and Green Bay on an uptick. Yeah, I mean, all four of those teams, that's just the division where when these teams start playing each other, that, wow, and of course Detroit is playing Minnesota this week, that every one of these games is going to be attractive.
Yeah, that's only the second divisional game amongst each other this week.
It's amazing. You look at the schedule. We talked about this last week, maybe, where I mentioned that Pittsburgh is the most overrated team in the NFL, and you look at who they played. Am I correct that Pittsburgh hasn't played any division games yet?
No, they haven't. Yeah, correct.
I mean, it's amazing.
Right.
We're 7 weeks into the season, and every week they seem to play. Oh, they're playing the Chargers, they're playing the Panthers, they're playing the Raiders, they're like, wait a minute, no. They're supposed to play the Bengals twice, the Ravens twice, the Browns twice. We're getting late in the season. They've played any of them, but it's been a weird schedule this year in some of the division. They just haven't played each other yet.
All right, Dave, enjoy the games.
Right.
We'll talk next week.
All right, thank you.
We will be right back after.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Welcome back on this Sunday morning. It is the round robin, 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am Stephen Murray. This is your full-on look at the NFL slate, every wagering angle on the board. And we will do so celebrating a New England Patriots touchdown, a touchdown pass, by the way, in which we do have Drake May for 3 touchdown passes. Have him for some rushing yards as well. He has a couple rushes in there. Can we get Jalen Polk to get 60 yards receiving? If so, this could be a very, very big morning for us on the show. All right, so if you're new to the show, we just wrapped up with Dave Del Grande. Fantastic insight with him. You can always rewind and listen to any of that on our YouTube channel, Deep End 757 Broadcasting. You can go to the website, Deep End, like a swimming pool, DEEPEND, broadcasting.com. Click on the round robin, and you'll catch us live every Sunday morning. All right, I got some tickets flashing on the screen. We'll throw some of those up. Nephew Dave will pop in here in a minute. It is 7-0 New England, 8:32 left in the first quarter. We got New England's alternate total points, Drake May touchdowns. So we'll have some fun watching the game in the studio with you guys this morning. Got a couple listener questions. We'll get to those in a minute. We'll go to the survivor pool first. But again, just another lesson, and let me review it for you. And by the time Nephew Dave gets in here, I'll tell him the story of Thursday night that he doesn't know yet, that I mentioned earlier in the program, but it's worth a re-mention just in the way that we try to achieve things around here. Looking for some low-hanging fruit per se, try to get some big numbers at some achievable yardage or scores or whatever the case may be, and just find those diamonds of the rough of just big payouts that we can put together to make one extraordinary payout at the end of the day. And if you have Drake May passing touchdowns this morning, he's 3 touchdown passes for plus 1060. You already got one in the bank, so you just need 2 more to go, and you can have some fun with it that way. Let me talk about my boy Josh Nodell. Let me go ahead and before Dave gets in here, I'll give you his story. He's a Yankee fan, so he's been in. Me and Josh, we actually ran a little bit of a sports book in college, so we kind of know how the bookie side of things go. Josh is a little bit of a wise guy himself in terms of knowing sports, but he is a huge Yankee fan, and what he ended up doing, he's killing it with all the home run props. I mean, he's betting all these guys to hit home runs straight up. He's John Carlos Stanton. He has every game. He has Juan Soto every game. He has Aaron Judge. And if you're doing that and parlaying it together, then you're absolutely killing it. He cleared $4,500 last night on the Yankee game alone after they clinched the series. But how about this bet for $1,500 on 3 different single plays that he did? And again, this is just, and I'll get to my football story on Thursday, which kind of explains that you don't need to do much, guys, in order to win a lot of money here. So he bet a single for Gleyber Torres to start the game, which he got. I'm not sure what the odds are for a single, but they're it's probably somewhere decently, plus 250, plus 275, whatever the case is. He then did a bet on Juan Soto to get a double, triple, or a home run. He got a double, and that was a big payout for him on that. And then his third batter, Aaron Judge, he bet him to get hit by the pitch, and he got hit by the pitch. Nephew Dave, how about that? So a single, a double, and a hit by pitch for a $1,500 payout on my boy Josh. Nephew Dave, welcome in. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
And Dave, I told this story earlier is Jacksonville across the midfield, and we'll do Survivor picks in a minute. Again, we have other tickets popping on the screen. Winners last week, some ones for today as well. But talking about the low-hanging fruit, and this was a risk-free bet, $200. So I'm going to play it to the max. And you know what? I just said, you know what? I don't know anything about this game really too much. Denver and the Saints it's a hard one to handicap. Really, anybody can get involved here. You figure Bo Nix will get his rushing yards, which he did. So I made that option 1 as a 25-yard rusher. Probably should have pumped that up. But I was trying to look for 2 other plays, and I decided let's just go with some big odd guys at low numbers because we have to, guys up and down the list. You're like, who's this guy? So I took the tight end Kroll for Denver for 50 yards, and I took Foster Moreau for the Saints for 50 yards. And Moreau was paying over 10-1 for 50. The other guy, Kroll, was over 13-1 for 50. And he's the tight end. He's in there. He's getting a lot of snaps. And 25 yards rushed by the quarterback. So 25, 50, and 50, right? Doesn't sound like a big deal. Oh, and wait until you hear the payout. It's not a big deal. That $200 paid out $171,000 for just 2 guys to get 50 yards and 1 guy to get 25 yards. So I figured it's worth a stab. We'll go ahead and submit that pick. Went ahead and did so. On the first drive of the game, Nix got half his rushing yards. And then he threw a ball over the head of Kroll where he was wide open, which would have been his 50 yards right off the bat. Nothing else for Kroll on that drive. Next drive, Foster Moreau. Long catch out of the gate, 24 yards. I'm like, damn, man, I could have almost won $171,000 on the first 2 drives, really, if things break right for you in that instance. Moreau gets up to 38 yards at halftime. Kroll is stuck at 18, but he's got 3 catches. So the payout offers start coming. And we're talking about some juicy payout offers. Almost 10,000 in one case that just blinked up there for a half a second and disappeared. But at that point, do you take the 10,000 or do you go for the $171,000 life-changing money, right? You're talking about life-changing money. So is it worth the risk? Anyway, I let it ride for a bit. And it steadily started to drop and drop and drop. And these guys were getting targeted. Kroll was getting targeted. He got all the way up to 41 yards. So he kept it interesting. But the problem was the Broncos were just blowing these guys out. And I knew they were going to go to the running game the entire fourth quarter. Moreau was stagnant in the second half. They kept throwing it to Tipton, the other guy that looks like Foster Moreau. So he threw me off where I thought I had a winner. And I actually lowballed the receiver yards to 40 on another ticket just for insurance. Moral of the story is I did get a nice little cash out at the end of the day. But it doesn't take a lot.
Right.
$200 to win $100. Dave, what would you do with $171,000?
Oh, man. It would be life-changing, that's for sure.
All right. So, how are you this morning?
I'm well.
Yeah. So we'll flash some more tickets with some more bigger paying odds throughout the morning on our screen. All right, a couple listener questions in a second. Let's Dave, go ahead. You got a list of games in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Let's throw through a Survivor. What do you got?
All right. Bengals, Browns.
Avoid
for sure. I'll make a quick note that I am alive in 2 of my DraftKings pools. One has 11 players left now. The other with just about 100. So this next game I did take in my one that's 11 guys battling it out right now. That is the Tennessee Titans at the Buffalo Bills. I'm jumping all over the Bills here, Steve.
Are you really?
Yep.
Okay, interesting. Mason Rudolph now in a quarterback. I'm in one Survivor left myself, David. Rudolph scares me a hair. One of these dogs is going to cover, man, is Tennessee getting too many points. But yes, I do like Buffalo. They should be the better team. Tennessee's defense a little tricky here. If Buffalo were to lose, Dave, I'm not going to be shocked at the end of the day, but probably an overall good pick. I've used the Bills. I can't use them, so they're out of my radar.
Well, of the teams left, and I think I've used a couple, that just seemed to be kind of the strongest option at the moment.
I think I have a good one.
Detroit and Minnesota today at 1 o'clock. I don't think so.
I don't think so, although I do love Detroit. Go ahead.
Houston Texans traveling to Lambeau to take on the Packers. I don't think so.
Nope. 77 degrees and sunny in Lambeau Field today. How about that?
We might see some points over there when we get to that one.
Yep.
The Eagles going into New York to take on the Giants. I do not think so.
Pass on that. Yes.
Dolphins at the Colts. Again, that's another one that I just don't like for Survivor.
Dolphins, Colts, avoid like the plague.
Seahawks, Falcons. Again, a game you would think the Falcons at home could take care of, but 2 teams, I don't know, Steve. If the Seahawks won that game, I wouldn't be shocked.
Pretty tough to pick a straight-up winner in that game. I'll lean with the props and the points rather than the side on that one.
Right.
Go ahead.
Carolina traveling to Washington to take on the Commanders.
All right, now I got my buttons working. Yes, that is my pick. Probably me and everyone else in the world will be on Washington and Buffalo, I figure, today. So I'll go ahead and jump on. As Drake may get some more rushing yards. How about that?
I think I took him for 40, Steve, in my same game.
He's up to at least 20. I have to take a look here when I get a second. Give me the Commanders, Dave. Why not? The Carolina defense is a turnstile, and I expect a big day from McLaurin and company.
Yeah, if I hadn't already used them, Steve, that's probably where I would have went. But I did, so I can't. The Raiders traveling to the Rams. I don't think so.
Nah, I'm going to lay off. As much as the Rams seem a little bit attractive in that spot, I can't trust them.
The Chiefs in San Francisco to take on the 49ers. The Chiefs get it done, I feel like, but still no play for me.
Oh, all right. We're going to go opposite on that one. No Survivor there.
Yeah, no Survivor there. The Jets taking on the Steelers this evening, 8:20 p.m. Negative.
You have a better chance of jumping off a bridge and surviving than taking one of those two.
Yes.
And a Survivor pool.
Yes.
So pass.
All right, 2 Monday night games. That's the Ravens taking on the Buccaneers in Tampa. Again, no.
Nope, none for me. Drake May looks good. He is throwing the ball. He's running the ball. And the Patriots approach midfield. One of our questions has to deal with Hunter Henry. And I don't think I let him astray. I said he could take him for sure because his game was starting early. But we'll talk about that in a second. And then the Cardinals and the Chargers, right? No.
Yep. No.
Yep. Nothing there.
Nope. I do have the Patriots 8.5, Steve, on an alt line. I gave them a couple more. So I think they can do well here today.
All right. More tickets up on the screen. The Patriots crossing midfield. Kind of. Nope. Stuck at the 50. All right, Dave. You know what? Let's go to a couple of the questions. I just mentioned it. We have Dylan. Dylan has he has a couple different things going on. He has one league, which is a tight end. He has 4 different guys. Obviously, Henry's in there now. He has Calcaterra, Parkinson, and Likely. Obviously, Likely's that's the one you would like out of that group?
Yep, absolutely.
Even with the Mark Andrews doing better?
Even with, Andrews
see,
getting some targets. You look at what Likely has been doing for them when, Andrews was cold and not getting many opportunities.
He still gets the ball.
I mean, he's a weapon for him. So I think at the end of the day, just the volume that he could see maybe over the other guys would make me go with Likely.
Parkinson's sneaky, I think. Just because he could get, I don't think we're going to get Cup. We'll have to clarify that, but I don't see him on the odds today. And just the injuries for the Rams, he could see a little bit more. His wide receiver options, actually, he has 1 wide receiver and 2 flex and one quarterback. So he's got Baker and Anthony Richardson. Baker's my pick on that.
Absolutely.
Right? Wide receiver, he has Whittington, Kirk, or Shakir. And Kirk's in this game already. I would take Shakir.
I think I would too.
Because I think he's still going to benefit from having Cooper around. I think that actually helps his call.
Absolutely.
To be honest, adding Cooper. And then running back wise, he has, or flex, he has Dearness Johnson he can add in, and he has Goodson, which is going to be the Colts backup, right? So if he can pick 2 other guys in there,
that's a tough one.
I would take Goodson and Whittington, especially since this game is probably on now with the other 2 guys. And then another situation, 2 running backs he needs. He's got Kenneth Walker. He's got Josh Jacobs and J.K. Dobbins. Who do you take for those 2?
That's also a tough one too, Steve. I think I don't like the matchup for Kenneth Walker. Atlanta's defense at least seems somewhat decent, although it is Kenneth Walker. He's a big part of that offense. Always a good option. Dobbins could be sneaky, though, as well. You got to think it's the Cardinals that they're playing, and I think that's probably the better defensive matchup on the board. Not to take away from the other guys, because like I said, Kenneth Walker, is a high volume. So that's always a good play, but I think I would give some consideration, Steve, to Dobbins against the Arizona.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with Dobbins and Jacobs in that scenario, to be honest. Now, Del Grande thinks the Green Bay wide receivers feast in that game. Yes, but if they get close, they're going to give it to Jacobs anyway. At least give him a chance. As Hunter Henry is wreaking havoc on this Jaguars defense, Patriots approaching goal line or field goal territory.
You took 3 passing touchdowns. I took them for 2. Still a nice number.
He can get out. Yeah, he can get that right now. And then one more tight end. He had Henry, Disley, or Calcaterra. Disley's a good pick if you don't have Henry. But I told him he'd go ahead and take Henry.
Yeah, Henry's probably the better option of the 3.
All right, one more fantasy question from Coach in Charlotte, North Carolina. Coach, a solid listener of our program, Dave. He likes to send us questions every so often.
Nice.
He said he sat Andrews last week. He's not doing it again. But a question for everyone else. Newly acquired wide receivers for fantasy this week. Do you play Cooper for the Bills if you have him? And do you play Adams for the Jets if you have them? Or if you have other capable starters, do you play those guys?
I do like Cooper for the Bills. I think I have him in an anytime touchdown ticket. I like if they can get the chemistry going, Josh Allen and Cooper, that could be a dangerous situation there for other teams.
I agree on the anytime touchdown, nephew Dave, but we must be aware that perhaps they ease him in a little bit, right?
Right.
And then at halftime, when it's 24-10 Bills, that's when Mr. Josh Allen comes up to Amari Cooper in the locker room and says, "Let's get you your charity touchdown. We're killing the Titans right here. We'll put the dagger in. We'll welcome you in." So I think taking Amari Cooper on a live line, let the game fest for a few minutes,
Right.
and then buying into Cooper as a play is a smart way to do things. How about that?
Yeah.
For a strategy.
Yep.
Because I did it last week with Derrick Henry. He was minus 330, and I didn't want him. But by the time the end of the first quarter came along, he was minus 135. I'm like, oh, now I got to have him.
Right.
On a ticket.
Much better number.
And played a live line ticket. So by that point, my A.J. Brown doubled in price and all the other guys on there, and that was a nice little hit. So moral of that story, do a end of the first quarter touchdown score if your guys haven't gone in. Don't be afraid to fire at a bigger price. Yeah, I mean, if you have those guys, see, that's a good question for me because I have Cooper. I'm going to have to think about that a little more, Coach. But Dave says go ahead, use Cooper. How about the other guy?
Who was the other one?
Devontae Adams. For the Jets.
Well, yeah, I mean.
New offense, Steeler defense. That's kind of a hard scenario, I think.
It is. But it's not like, he hasn't thrown him a touchdown before.
No. And they could draw it up in the dirt too, probably.
So, those two know each other quite well. I don't know. I just like I like the Allen and Cooper. I think the defensive matchup is tougher for Rodgers and Adams.
All right. Let's get to the games. Let's go through the slate. Dave, I want to update this text hotline on my little screenshot real quick first. That way I can leave our production alone for a few minutes. We can get deep down into our picks and go through everything on the board and try to make everyone out there a lot of money. And especially if you've been playing along a little bit, you should be doing pretty well on the season so far. Nephew Dave cashed in a ticket last week. What was your cash, Dave? For your players that you had, right? Do you remember offhand?
Yeah, I can actually pull it up real quick. It was Joe Mixon, Amon St. Brown, A.J. Brown, and Terry McLaurin.
Easy as that, folks, right?
Yep.
That's as easy as it gets to get that. If what we'll do is we'll find some higher scoring games today, and we'll definitely get that same cast of characters involved on today's tickets. It sounds like it's the same guys as last week we had, to be honest.
Pretty much.
When I kind of looked at it. All right, let's go to the first game on the board, and we are at the end of the first quarter, I think, with New England and Jacksonville, as I get the fresh lines up here. Yes, end of the first quarter, New England 7, Jacksonville 0. Your live line over-under is at 43.5. Wow, is that pretty high? That seems high to me.
It does.
Although the Patriots are pretty close to scoring here. All right, first game on the board is the Bills and the Titans, Dave, from Highmark Stadium up there in Buffalo. Should be a beautiful Buffalo afternoon. Sun shining, wind's not bad. Not -9, 41.5 for the Bills and the Titans. We last saw Buffalo beat the Jets on Monday night, a game which they could have lost, let's be honest. But they managed to get a win when they needed it. Aaron Rodgers got hit a couple of times, threw a couple of picks along that route. So defense for Buffalo has been really nice, man. And as much as everyone killed DeMar Hamlin for being a backup second guy in the secondary, he's done very well.
He has played very well.
I mean, you got to give that guy credit at the end of the day. And, you can joke all about it. No one's joking about it. They had to peel the guy off the field and bring him back to life. But the COVID shot is the obvious suspect in the room to a lot of people,
right?
Without anyone saying it, because it just comes out of nowhere. So it's just good to see that guy rebound and do what he's doing this year. And it was very ironic he was the one who hit Tua when Tua got his concussion that sent him out for the time that he's out for right now. If you remember that, Dave. That was Hamlin who collided with him. So the Buffalo defense trending better. The Titans defense is not too bad either, to be honest. If you look at it, they are aggressive. They kind of hold teams down a little bit. But this is a tough animal to hold down at Buffalo.
Yes.
That's why they're your survivor pick, Dave. That's why there are a lot of people's survivor pick today. I like the fact that they have Mason Rudolph plugged into this game now. Will Levis was garbage to me. He was dead. Never using him again on the ticket. I gave him one too many chances, that's for sure. But Rudolph, when he came in against the Miami Monday night game against the Dolphins, didn't do bad. I mean, he did pretty good, and they won that game basically in dominant fashion. Now, the running game was a big part of that as well. Oh, a drop pass for a first down by Kendrick Bourne, who has done nothing as a Patriot. The fans love him today, but he has done nothing.
Right.
But Mason Rudolph, I think, gives him a little bit of push here. I'm not saying the Titans are going to cover. I'm not saying the Bills are going to cover. But now I'm thinking 41.5. Even with the good defenses, I like the talent on the skill positions of Tennessee as well still. A lot of people were kind of on Tennessee for a reason, and I think it was because of the skill positions. All that being said, I would take an over in this game, 41.5. I think that's low-hanging fruit, to be honest. If Buffalo scores 35 points, I'm not going to be shocked by that. And I think Tennessee is good for 20 in this game with Rudolph, at least. So give me a game that gets into the mid-50s. Prop-wise, anytime touchdown scores. I mean, this is the stuff. This is when it starts to pop off here. This is where the magic happens, folks. We'll come up with this stuff on the fly. I already have James Cook on tickets for 2 touchdowns. Tony Pollard is the lone running back today for Tennessee. So Tony Pollard's going to have to be on people's tickets, I think, if you think the Titans can score at all. He's minus 105 for 1. Josh Allen, minus 105 for 1. Amari Cooper, there he is, Dave, 2-1. So by the time we buy him in the second quarter, he's going to be plus 450 or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Keon Coleman, plus 360. They're getting Shakir for plus 380. Oh, that's a great number. DeAndre Hopkins, plus 390. Ridley's 4-1. Ty Johnson, 5-1. Dawson Knox, plus 650. Tyler Boyd, plus 650. Mac Hollins, plus 850. He scored last week. And then do we have my boy who's the backup running back listed here? I don't see him because we have James Cook back. So Ray Davis goes right. Is the Ray Davis show over already after that fantastic game he had on Monday night? I guess it is. 2 touchdown scores for this game. These are going to be some nice payouts. Cook 5-1, Pollard 6-1, Josh Allen 6-1. How about Amari Cooper 16-1? How about Dalton Kincaid at 25-1? How about Keon Coleman at 40-1? How about Khalil Shakir at 41-1? Ridley's 43-1. Hopkins is 44-1. Mason Rudolph 80-1 for him. Dawson Knox 110-1. I played him on a long shot ticket already. Tyler Boyd 110-1. For the sake of this program, and I'll go through the passing numbers in a minute. We've been constructing a 2 touchdown scorer ticket for the last few weekends, doing it with pretty good success, winning one of those weekends and getting a bunch of the guys get 1 touchdown on the losing ticket. But let's throw Shakir in there. Why not? 41-1 for 2 touchdowns for him. I got Kincaid somewhere, trust me, 25-1. But I'm going to have to dabble on this game a little bit more. Nephew Dave, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, Steve, I'm kind of on the same track with you. I tell you what, it's really kind of odd seeing a plus 330 anytime touchdown number next to Calvin Ridley. And then you go down, you have DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, sure, maybe he hasn't done much, but he's still a quality player, I feel like. Plus 360 for him.
Well, 44-1 for 2.
I mean, it's just odd seeing that next to the guys.
So it's so odd that that's what I'll do is I'll throw both of those guys on a ticket. Actually, I'm going to throw them both on a ticket by themselves for a minute because $2 pays $1,200, $1,225 just on that alone. But Hopkins and Shakir will be on my round robin. I'll do this longer 2 touchdown scorer odds thing with I like to play 2 guys in the same game. That gives you a little leeway. And I also like to do a ringer, but I'll use these 2 guys in this game just because their odds are so outrageous.
Yeah. Steve, I think we could have a little bit of an alt total here. You're kind of hoping that the Bills blow it open, and Tennessee, I think they were good for 17 last week, somewhere around that number the week before, I believe. So you're just kind of hoping that they can contribute to that. And the Bills really do most of the heavy lifting. I'll tell you what, let's move it up to 48, Steve, and that's what I'll do.
All right. And then let's see here. Other numbers for this game.
Plus 207 over 47.5.
Well, here's what's happening is I'm trying to bet this 2 little game parlay real fast, and now I'm off the odds. Okay. So let's see, passing props for this one is Josh Allen's baseline 214.5. Mason Rudolph low at 180.5. So if you think Rudolph can have success through the air a little bit today, 250 yards for him is plus 580. Mason Rudolph for 275 yards is plus 920. So those are all interesting big numbers that you can get. And Josh Allen can certainly have a great passing day, right? 214.5 for him. So to get over 300 yards for Josh Allen is 8-1. Josh Allen passing touchdowns as well. 3 of them is plus 450. Mason Rudolph for 2 passing touchdowns, a great price at plus 390. I mean, how do you not like that? Especially if you like a prop like Hopkins or Ridley. Why not just take the Rudolph for 2 passes?
Right.
And get a plus 390 payout. So I'm going to have to notate that and come up with a ticket for him on that note. I mean, I just think this game has more opportunity than what they're telling us at the end of the day here with those over-under being so low. It is 10-0 New England, 12:45 now left until halftime. And we're going to have the same problem we had last week, Dave. I'm going to get bombarded every time I go to the NFL odds with nothing but New England and Jacksonville props here. And I'm going to have to shuffle all the way down into another menu to get back to my props. Receiving prop-wise for this game, let's look at these low hangers. Tyler Boyd, 22.5. Okanakwo, which he's in the mix. If Mason Rudolph's in here, you might see this guy emerge out of nowhere. Chigozium Okanakwo, 16.5 for the starting tight end for his receiving yards. So I'm going to take a note on that. Tony Pollard, 22.5. Amari Cooper, 35.5. Dalton Kincaid, 38.5. Shakir, 35.5 is low. Keon Coleman is just 21.5 on his receiving yards. James Cook, 15.5. Let's look at Coleman since he's such a low hanger. 70 yards for Keon Coleman today, plus 920. 80 yards is plus 1260. So there are some big payout tickets, and these are the kind of things that have been hitting guys. I mean, this is not, long shot rocket science here. This is, I mean, some of these things have been layups in terms of big numbers and guys just to achieve little yardage. I mean, for Christ's sakes, we just mentioned on Thursday how we almost won $171,000 on a 200 ticket halfway through the first quarter. Let's see. So the Coleman passing yards, I'm going to have to take a look at some more of those. James Cook has been receiving the ball out of the backfield, plus 184 for 25 yards for him receiving. That seems like that's low. Dalton Kincaid, I'll avoid his yardage. I'd rather have him for a touchdown. I'll avoid the Cooper yardage. I'd rather have him for a touchdown. The Okanakwo.
That's
yardage,
interesting.
Made him for 40 yards with Mason Rudolph at the helm is plus 490, plus 880 for 50 yards. I mean, you don't know if he's going to be in play, but Mason Rudolph can certainly throw him back into play compared to Will Levis was doing. That's the thing you got to look at there. So good numbers all around in that game, Dave. Any other thoughts?
No, Steve. I did take each team for a rushing touchdown. A little prop action there late last night.
Christian Kirk with a nice catch. Jaguars at the 30-yard line, trailing by 10. There goes, is that Tank? Nope, that's the backup quarterback, running back. Actually, I don't think anyone knows who that is. Johnson. I don't think even he was projected as the second starting running back for the Jaguars. What was he? Maybe he was the second.
Not that I saw.
Yeah, I thought it was the other guy that this listener even just asked. Dearness Johnson in Tank, right? Yeah, that's what it was. So this guy Johnson.
If Jacksonville does get into the end zone, though, it makes that same game parlay ticket pretty interesting.
No, that was Johnson. That was Dearness
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yeah.
All right, so he's plus 240 for a touchdown.
Need Brian Thomas if it's going to be the Jags, too.
Okay, so Jags inside the 10-yard line now. All right, next game on the board for us as we move it along. Let's get to the fun one. Houston and Green Bay. Let's get to it. Green Bay minus 2.5, 48.5. This total is up from 47.5. It's a beautiful day in Lambeau, 77 degrees. You have the Texans team who just scored 41 points. They don't have Nico Collins, but no Nico, no problem when you have Tank Dell. The Packers have a plethora of receivers as well, a cornucopia of talent, if you will, nephew Dave. So how does this game not go over? Literally. I mean, so it would have to be turnover inside the red zone. And both of these defenses have been above average. Houston's been nice. Not the greatest, but they've been nice. They've been getting me a few fantasy points. Green Bay's a ball hog, so they like to get turnovers. They've had plenty on the season themselves. So Green Bay minus 2.5, 48.5. I just like the offenses better than the defenses at the end of the day, I think.
Yes.
So we'll have to trust the points. I mean, I played both of these quarterbacks in another type of round robin with their touchdown passes just because they're getting great numbers. Their baseline yards, 248.5 for Love, 260.5 for Stroud. To get to 300 yards for Stroud plus 225. That was paying plus 300 earlier in the week, and I took that at plus 300. So that has dropped. So everyone's onto the weather big time. That's dropped from plus 300 to plus 225. So I bought that early. Jordan Love for his passing. We have a touchdown, Brian Thomas Jr.
Hey, there we go. That's unfortunately, Steve, what we needed there. Check mark on an anytime scorers parlay.
Who do you have left on that?
Well, it's kind of a long list. It was a booster. So for this one that he is in, we have a couple more guys. We need James Cook, Jamar Chase, Jahmyr Gibbs, Malik Neighbors, Dobbs, and Eckler.
All right. You do need a few.
So it's it's one of those where the more legs you put on, the higher the
percentage.
boost is.
Yeah. So you got to do a 7 guy. Yeah, exactly.
So that was a late night, laying in bed trying to do a little research, and I said, you know what, to hell with it, why not?
Yeah, a little zigging, a little zagging on
there. And it's a small, it's a small bet.
I mean, I love the Eckler call, especially because Robinson will get his. But in a game where it's a blowout, they're going to get Eckler his.
Right. Well, and I could see a little 25-yard dump off pass that Eckler just weaves in and out of defenders and into the end zone.
Jordan Love for 4 touchdown passes is plus 900. 3 touchdown passes plus 255. Stroud for 3 touchdown passes plus 390. 4 touchdown passes 13-1. I think all of those numbers are actually live and in play today. The receiver numbers, Diggs 65.5, Dell 61.5. I love Tank Dell today. Whenever there's no Nico, Dell just steps it up and fills in that role. Jaden Reed 57.5. He's been money for this show the last couple of years. I haven't played Jaden Reed nearly as much this year because his numbers have been inflated a little bit. I might change that again today. Dobbs is 41.5. I know you like to play him.
I do.
His stock has been up. Tucker Kraft, 35.5. That's a good one today, probably, to be honest. Tucker Kraft at 35.5. I could see him getting a couple decent long balls over the middle. Love is all the other receivers are tied up. Hit Kraft down the seam. Jordan Love is a down the field thrower. So is Stroud. Both of these guys attack down the field. That's what you like in a game like today, trying to get points, trying to get yards. Mixon at 18.5 for his receiving yards. Give me the overall day. He always gets that. Only 2 targets last week, but 30 yards. He's always on my receiver ticket. I'm not going to take him off now. And I think we have a low hanger in Christian Watson, 34.5 for his receiving yards. How about that?
Yeah, Del Grande might be onto something there with the Green Bay receiver core.
Let's see here. Touchdown scorers today. Jacobs minus 130, Mixon minus 120, Reed plus 120, Diggs plus 145, Dell plus 170, Dobbs plus 195, Kraft plus 230, plus 290 for Watson. Damian Pierce scored last week 5-1. CJ Stroud plus 550. Jordan Love 6-1. Bill Melton, he's been getting action without Wicks 6-1. There's Mechie, our old guy John Mechie III. Maybe he gets involved a little bit. 10-1 for him. We'll lay off of that, but good numbers overall, Dave. I mean, what do you expect here?
I would expect points. I think we see 52 to 53 points, somewhere in that neighborhood. That allows you to play a smaller alt total. I like Joe Mixon for 2 today. I'm going to throw that on the 2 touchdown list. And then it's, again, the Green Bay receiving core, Jaden Reed. I love that today. The resurgence of Romeo Dobbs. I have had him sitting on my bench a couple times this week, or not this week, this year for fantasy. That has burned me every time. He's putting up some really nice numbers. So I got him on the anytime, and I think he's live today. So I think we see a nice, fun game here, Steve, and I wouldn't be afraid to move that total up a little bit. And then the props that you just talked about, I think this is one of those games, we talk about weekly where everything is a go here. You see something you like, just kind of fire it up. Yes, we have 2 decent defenses, but I'm on that train of thought with you, Steve. I think the offenses are better than the defenses.
The team points for the Texans is 23.5. For the Packers, 25.5. You can also bet alternate team total overs now. So a good 31 points for the Texans, and that's regardless of what Green Bay does, is at plus 330 for them. Green Bay is going to be a little bit cheaper, probably like plus 290 without looking at it. But I love to do the team alternate totals. Really close. I did 10K payout on a nice small ticket last week, and I think I was 1 touchdown away, or 5 points away in 2 games, and all the other ones cleared it. The other 3 cleared it. So we were knocking on the door of that. We'll take another shot with that today. In fact, we do have the Patriots over 25.5. They got 10 points right now with 8 minutes left in the half until halftime. They'll face a 3rd and long here as Drake Mays kind of pulling the reins back a hair. Keep going downfield, man. Get your feet involved here. Touchdown scores for this game. Let's look at the 2 touchdown scores. We did the regulars. 2 touchdown scores. Jacobs plus 480, Mixon plus 500, Jaden Reed 8-1, Diggs 10-1, Tank Dell 13-1, Dobbs 15-1, Dalton Schultz 29-1, Christian Watson 27-1, Tucker Kraft only 19-1, Emmanuel Wilson 33-1, Damian Pierce 55-1. The Green Bay defense 90-1. Is that a first down?
No, I don't think so.
Jermichael Hasty getting a lot of the action at running back here for.
Is Stevenson playing today?
You know what? I thought I saw him, but maybe not. Christian Watson is 27-1, Dave. Let's throw him on our ticket that we have.
Yep. Add him there.
So let me rewind because we actually had it deleted here. And this is just the second game we've talked about, right? So the Bills game.
And I might give you a little something there to jump on that, make the payout a little higher. Steve, we'll talk about that.
All right. Let's see. We had Shakir, and then we had Hopkins. We had both of those guys and we'll add Christian Watson to that. Now, just those three guys for $1 pay $17,000 right now. So that tells you how crazy those odds are. Is it too much to ask for Watson, Shakir, and Hopkins to get 2 touchdowns each? I don't think so. You're not asking for rocket surgery or brain science. Next game on the board, Colts and the Dolphins. Colts are -3, 43 for this game. Let me get your initial thoughts on this one, Dave.
This one, Steve, I don't have anything played as of right now. Looking at this one last night.
We do have Anthony Richardson as quarterback.
Yeah, I wish it was Flacco.
Yeah, me too.
That would make me feel better and probably would have led me to play a couple more. This is just a weird game to me, Steve. I feels like maybe Miami should win, but they don't. I mean,
well, Dave, I'm going to put this in the Thursday night group. It's an ugly game. You look at it and you're like, what could I possibly like?
Right.
That's why I think you just attack the low-hanging numbers. You have Richardson for a passer at 200.5 yards. Tyler Huntley's at 184.5. This dome, the new RCA dome, Lucas Oil Stadium. I mean, this place is a basketball court as far as scoring points go. To me, I mean, that's always an over game here. The alternate total passing yards for Huntley. You got to remember he has some game breakers on the outside. Huntley for 275 passings, 8-1. Richardson passing. He does throw a good long ball, plus 350 for over 250 yards, plus 350. Both of these secondaries are garbage. You got to remember that,
right,
as well. So does that favor these low numbers? Richardson for 3 touchdown passes, plus 870. 2 passes for him is 2-1. I can see him with 2 passes today into the end zone.
Alec Pierce, 40+ yards, plus 235. I actually really like that.
Yeah, Huntley's plus 300 just for 2. 13-1 for 3. I mean, you got to remember, he has these guys. Tyreek Hill's low number, 57.5. So 57.5 is his baseline. Waddle, 42.5. Devin Achane is 20.5. I love his receiving total over today. Huntley's they'll probably dump it off to Achane. Just give him the pass.
Right.
Jonnu Smith, 18.5. You mentioned Alec Pierce for 40 for his number, but his baseline, 23.5. Mo Alley Cox has been involved, 9.5 for him. I don't trust Sermon, 7.5 for his receiving yards. But Tyler Goodson over at receiving yards, 10.5 is interesting. Do we get alternate receiving yards on Goodson? Absolutely. 80 receiving yards for Goodson is at 8-1 because I think he's going to get more of the action than Sermon today. So that's a good low-hanging number. I do like your Pierce number. I mean, he's been on fire. He's a long ball guy. So 60 yards for him is plus 440 if you want to take that up even more. Achane's alternate receiving yards. I mean, Achane to get 50 yards receiving is plus 520. He can break. All he has to do is break a tackle, and he's gone. And Trevor Lawrence is throwing a bomb to the end zone.
Oh, wow.
And it is caught. Not into the end zone, but they are inside the red zone at least. And that is going to be not Gabe Davis.
Brian Thomas.
It's a Brian Thomas
Yep.
again? Did I play him or put him on my bench? I gotta look at that. Achane for 40 yards receiving is plus 310. So to me, Dave, there are some interesting numbers in this game.
There are.
And you're gonna have to just play it that route. Tyreek Hill, 2 touchdowns today is 19-1. I mean, that's good enough to throw on this ticket. Raheem Mostert was 26-1, now down to 19-1. I have him at 26-1 on the ticket already. Tyler Goodson, 22-1. Achane plus 750. Anthony Richardson, 9-1.
I have 11-1, Steve, for Achane. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, okay. Nice. So there are some big numbers involved here. I think 43, probably too low. The alternate total, Dave, since you brought it up from from the last game, right? Which is
Yep.
the game, or was it the Bills game you said total? Or 55 points for the Packer game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you would be looking at in that game, let's see, plus 280, somewhere around that neighborhood. So that's a nice price. And then in this game, if you get to, let's say, 51 points, 285 plus 285.
Not bad at all.
So not too far over 43. I wouldn't trust it to get all the way up. But, man, you never know in this dome. And, Tyreek Hill could be running free all over the place.
Colts do seem to play some overs, too.
They play a lot of overs, and both of these defenses are right for giving it up. So we could see a lot of points here in the 1 o'clock window from what we're seeing so far. And we'll go to another one, Dave. The Falcons and the Seahawks. 51.5 here. And it looks like that is going to be Ernest Johnson. Is that him? That might be Tank. And that's Tank Bigsby.
Tank Bigsby.
Down to the 1 yard line. Seattle defense bad. Atlanta defense, average or so, you'd say? Maybe a little bit
decent.
better.
I would say decent.
Decent. -3 for the Falcons. 51.5. How do you not like Drake London? The problem with these quarterbacks, one, I don't ever want to trust Geno Smith, but he's been proving me wrong. The Kirk Cousins numbers are inflated here. So you really got to climb the ladder to get a good payout. Cousins for 300 yards is only 2-1. I can find a lot of other things at 2-1 I like better than that, right?
Yes.
For his touchdown passes, 3 of them is at plus 250. I can see it with 4 at 9-1 if you want to do a long shot crazy ticket. I could see that in a weird way. But Geno Smith's the same way. 3 touchdowns for him plus 350. But then again, you might have the running game getting involved as well. The Bijan rushing prop is 62.5. Algier 40.5 for him. And I don't see Kenneth Walker for some reason. Why is that? Why is Kenneth Walker off the board all of a sudden, Dave?
I have a -130 anytime, plus 475 for 2.
All right, and do I have him? You know what? I don't have him listed on mine. There might be an issue with Walker. We'll have to pay attention to that.
Let me check real quick to see.
This is where we need the Ant-Man. The Ant-Man has done a disappearing act this morning. Unresponsive so far. -135 for Bijan. Charbonnet -130 for a touchdown. Drake London plus 135. DK Metcalf plus 135. Tyler Algier plus 135. Moody plus 175. Pitts is at 2-1. The problem here is any of these guys can get it. And the numbers aren't super great. Noah Fant is someone that Dave Del Grande likes this week.
Walker is questionable, Steve.
Okay. All right. So that's probably why. 2 touchdowns in this game. Bijan plus 420. Charbonnet plus 470. Algier 8-1. London 9-1. Metcalf 9-1. Mooney 14-1. Kyle Pitts 15-1. Jackson Smith 18-1. Tyler Lockett 19-1. Ray McLeod 25-1. McIntosh 34-1. Noah Fant 39-1. Let's throw Noah Fant into this crazy ticket. Although I have him on some already, but we might as well throw him on here since his odds are so much. Do you think this is an over game, Dave?
I could see it. I could certainly see it.
It literally could be 17-14 at halftime.
It could be. Again, it's could be a weird game. I just went very simple with it, Steve. I have Atlanta in the money line in one of my tickets.
All right. Oh, that's simple as it gets. Yep. Atlanta -172. I just feel like it's all spread around evenly. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't mind taking a shot at a DK Metcalf on one of my single player tickets. He's been on fire, to be honest. And there's going to be a touchdown scorer today for Seattle, and there's going to be a few of them, I think. I think DK is definitely involved. So I'll go ahead and throw DK Metcalf as far as a touchdown scorer goes on a ticket. How do you not like Drake London as a single touchdown scorer?
Right.
As well, to be honest. Bijan is always hard for me just because Algier's been getting the ball too by the goal line. I mean, Bijan can get counterfeited a little bit, although you feel like he's trending to scoring more as he did 2 touchdowns last week against the Lonely Panthers. Seattle, a little different animal, but still struggling on defense as well. You know what, Dave? I mean, it's 51.5 over under. I mean, why in the spread 3? Why do I see this game 27-24? You know what I'm saying?
Right, absolutely.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Maybe 30-27, something like that. So it's one of those, if you played the teaser, then you're probably good on all angles. And I'll say this, Dave. How about this game for each half a touchdown and a field goal?
Yeah, we could play it. Let me, you know what? Let me take a look.
Why don't you start a list and throw that this game on that list?
All right.
Yeah, tell us what it's paying out here. Because we can actually do that with a few of these.
And you want to do the each half, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the big one. 14-1.
See, the Texans and Packers could be all touchdowns and no field goals, right?
Yep. Got to have some field goals.
I can see Tennessee and the Bills being touchdown and field goals, to be honest.
Well,
maybe just those two in a parlay.
Yeah. Let's go ahead.
Do I even have that as an option? That was a good
I would
question.
think you would have to have that over there.
By this. So it should be under the scoring.
Yeah, it's under game props for me.
Mm.
So you're looking at 14-1 for them. And you said the Bills and the Titans.
I have both teams for a touchdown in each half. I have both teams for 2 touchdowns in each half. But I don't have
22-1, Steve, for that prop in the Titans game.
Maybe it's under the specials here. Will be a touchdown in each quarter. 2 touchdowns in each quarter. Nope. All right, so I'm gonna have to get on your book if I want to play that one, Dave. And that is
it's 22-1 and 14-1.
What's your payout on $5?
You know what? Let's clear this. We had the 2 touchdowns going, so we'll clear that. I think I can remember it. Let's see here. Bills, Titans. We're going to go 22-1. All right, we got that.
Hopefully I didn't screw you up too bad.
No, you're fine. Let's see here. Going to that prop here of 14-1. Nope, not game specials. All right, so $5 for those two. 1,700.
That's nice. All right, we shall discuss after the show.
Absolutely.
All right, the Giants and the Eagles. Eagles -3, 42.5. It looks easy to take Philadelphia, right? But they do have offensive line issues. Saquon Barkley, revenge game for him? Or is it the Giants' fierce defense that wants revenge on Saquon Barkley for leaving the team? I think it could be the opposite. Maybe Barkley gets bottled up in this scenario today.
Right.
And the Giants come out victorious. Although they only put up 7 points on Sunday night. This is a rivalry game. Fan fights in the stadium, I'm sure, in this one with the Giants and the Eagle fans when they collide. 42.5 is the total in this one. To me, this is a game that trends under, to be honest. I'll take a shot at some touchdown scorers. I'm reluctant to do 2 touchdown scorers in this game, but I could be wrong. The Patriots on a long 3rd and 10, incomplete. So Jacksonville leads 14-10, 1:55 left until halftime. Jacksonville will get one more shot at the ball.
That was a nice throw, though.
Barkley's -150 for 1, Neighbors +150, Hurts +165, A.J. Brown +170, Devin Singletary +175, Devontae Smith +220. Singletary is back. So does that nullify Tyrone Tracy? He was +280. Wan'Dale Robinson +320. Daniel Jones +350. My man, Josh Nodell, the guy with all the Yankee props, if you've been listening all morning. And Jacksonville is going to return this punt all the way back for a touchdown. Is this really serious right now? Is this a punt block? Or is this a punt return?
I think it was a return.
So with 134 left now,
Well,
that didn't take long.
they're going to get another chance at
A
it.
96-yard touchdown return by Jacksonville. A 96-yard touchdown return by Jacksonville.
Wow.
My boy Josh Nodell, who loves the Yankees and won those big bets, also loves the Giants. And he says that 6'7" Theo Johnson's ready to break out too. He's 7-1 for a touchdown today. So I'm going to notate him. And if I'm going to look at the receiving props for his yardage, I think we'll get pretty good. Theo Johnson, 13.5 for his receiving yards. His alternate number over 40 yards is at plus 650. So he's going to have to find himself on his way onto a ticket for me as well. Like, him and like the Goodson receiving yards, the Keon Coleman receiving yards, all those big paying numbers are weird things that could definitely happen that aren't really so weird, to be honest, where you're going to get a big payout. I mean, it's just like the scenario on Thursday night with the tight ends, plus 11.20 for Theo Johnson for 50 yards. So I'm going to look for that kind of prop on this game. I'll probably avoid everybody else altogether, and I'll think this game trends under at the end of the day. Your thoughts on this, Dave? You're the NFC East expert.
I would probably agree, being the rivalry that this is, and the Eagles did not look great against Cleveland last week either. Only putting up 20 points and, escaping with a win. So I like the under, Steve. I would play it under 42.5.
Robinson Jr. again.
Wow. He's having a game.
Yep. Or Thomas Jr.
Thomas Jr.
You want to call him Robinson.
He's having himself a nice game. But, Steve, I think you could move this either way a little bit. If you wanted to play it maybe a little bit more conservative, move it up. Or you could, be a little aggressive and move it down a little bit. I don't trust what the Eagles are doing over there. Again, that game against the Browns makes you think something is just not clicking right in Philly right now. Giants defense is actually decent. They're another one of those teams that'll make you work for it. So, Steve, I wouldn't put it past the upset here. So we'll see what happens, but I like your underplay. And I do have a AJ Brown anytime scorer. Or no, Malik Neighbors. Sorry, he is back. So Malik Neighbors for a touchdown for the Giants today.
I'm going to take Theo Johnson for one at 7-1, and then we'll roll the dice here and throw him on the 2 touchdown tickets that we have going on at 110-1. So the random player ticket that we have going so far, we have Christian Watson 28-1. He can score twice. Khalil Shakir 43-1. He can score twice. DeAndre Hopkins, 45-1. He can score twice. Tyreek Hill, 19-1. He can always score twice. Noah Fant, 39-1. Why not? Geno Smith to Noah Fant twice. And why not Theo Johnson? 6'7", ready to break out, under the radar, 110-1 twice. So the 3-game parlay for 25 cents each. So this is only an investment of $4 to get all 3. Your average payout is about $17,000 if 3 of these guys hit. Just 3 of them. If you do the 2-game parlay for 50 cents each, just to hit 2. Just to hit 2. 2 of these guys for 2 on the average. 50 cents will win you about $800 at the end of the day. Maybe a little less, $700 on the average. If you do a 4-game parlay, you can't because the payout is way too much money. So what you do is you probably bump it up to 50 cents. So a total amount of $15 here. On the 2-leg parlays, you'll get about $800 each. And on a 3-game parlay, you will get about not quite 40,000, 35,000 bucks each on the average on a 50-cent bet. How about that on a 50-cent bet for 35,000 bucks? 2 touchdowns, Christian Watson. And you only need 3. Not all of them, just 3 of these. Christian Watson, Khalil Shakir, DeAndre Hopkins, Tyreek Hill, Noah Fant, Theo Johnson. Sign it up, Dave.
Yep, fire away.
All right, we have the Bengals and the Browns rivalry game here. Bengals -5.5, over under 41.5. You like Jamar Chase today, Dave?
I do. Yes, I do.
All right, what else do you like in this game?
What else did we have here? We had a Chase. Oh, I took Chase twice. What an idiot. I like the Bengals to get it done. I don't know about the spread just because it is a divisional game, but there's no reason with the state that the Cleveland Browns are in right now that Cincinnati cannot absolutely roll this game. I think I have T. Higgins sprinkled in somewhere. Now that I say that, give me the Bengals in an absolute rout, Steve.
The Bengals, they're out the Browns. Jamar Chase +750 for 2. Chase Brown is 10-1 for 2. Chubb's 11-1 for 2. T. Higgins 13-1 for 2. Zach Moss 14-1 for 2. It is great to have Nick Chubb back. It just is. Deontay Foreman 36-1. Jerry Jeudy, who has done nothing, 40-1. David Njoku's back 47-1 today for 2 touchdowns. Why not throw him back into the mix potentially? Isavias 55-1 for 2 touchdowns. So there are some decent payouts on the touchdown scores. Let's see what we have for 1 touchdown. And Njoku's +410, Dave. I mean, yeah, I know they've done nothing, but doesn't Njoku have to get involved at some point?
You would think somewhere, somehow.
Isavias is at 5-1. And the Patriots will bottle up this punt. And Jacksonville will run out the clock and go to halftime. Zach Moss +195. T. Higgins +175. You're going to get low-hanging numbers on Deshaun Watson. He's just 177.5 for his passing. Joe Burrow 249.5. Joe Burrow touchdowns today is at 300+ yards is at +310. And then his touchdowns today, 3 touchdowns for him is at +320. Deshaun Watson, 2 touchdowns today is at +350. So that's kind of interesting, just that he needs 2 for that big payout in a weird way. He can't have 2 touchdowns, really, in a rivalry game. Maybe a last gasp to save his career, perhaps. Maybe he looked at himself in the mirror and said, let's go, man. Let's have a good week. Let's see. Low-hanging receiver numbers on this game. Let's see. Cedric Tillman, 16.5. Mike Gesicki, 15.5. Isavias, 20.5. He cleared over that pretty good last week. Chase Brown's at 14.5. That seems low to me. Burrow likes to dump it off to the receivers. So I'm going to add Chase Brown receiving yards. In fact, I think I do actually have him on a ticket. But I'm going to have to revisit that again now that he's probably has some more yardage available. Jamar Chase, 75.5. T. Higgins, 60.5. Judy, 47.5. David Njoku receiving yards, 44.5. I'd rather have him for scores than yardage, I think, at the end of the day. I don't know, Dave. Weird game to me.
It really is. That's why I didn't do much, but the chase, I feel like that's in there.
I feel like this could be an over game too, to be honest, in a weird way. I mean, the Bengals can score points with the best of them when it gets to it. Maybe both of these teams, as bad as they kind of been in their own different ways, maybe this is the one that they break out against each other,
Right.
So alternate total here. I'm wondering if this could be a field goal and a touchdown each half.
Oh.
Just put it on the list for now.
All right. Yeah.
Do you have a list working? If you don't, scratch it down.
Yeah, I think I remember who we wanted.
Yeah, we'll review again. Over 49.5 points plus 240. Over 52.5 points plus 3.
20-1, Steve, for that prop.
I think you could throw it on there, man, in a weird way.
So we might absolutely play around with that one.
All right. Just because it sounds like both of these teams will maybe do decent enough not to get a touchdown and kick field goals. The problem with the Packers-Texans game is they'll get too many touchdowns.
Yeah, that's going to be points palooza.
Yeah, that's the one where you bet 2 touchdowns each half or something like that.
Right.
You want the long shot. All right, last 1 o'clock game with the Lions and the Vikings. And then I think we'll do a quick break, and then we'll come right back after this. We'll stretch the old legs out here. Minnesota minus 1.5, 50.5. I think the wrong team's favored, Dave. I like the Lions in this game. I liked them last week against Dallas. I said I wouldn't be surprised if they win this game by 10 points or more. If you were listening to that thought last week on this show, you made out like a bandit. You cashed big time because all I did is add on. I mean, I took the Lions all the way up to over 44.5 team points on the live line because I was getting paid good to do so, and they never let up. I mean, they got over 50. So everything Detroit won last week. Sam Laporta was part of my winning ticket as well. Actually, let me flip through some tickets here. We'll get some more tickets on the screen for you. But I just think the wrong team's favored, Dave. I mean, it is pick your poison in this one.
It really is.
I think Jefferson gets fed the ball as well. So and a 2 touchdown score parlay that we came up with for the early games, we'll throw Jefferson in as our ringer again. I feel like we have a few ringers today. I might not even be able to bet. Yeah, we can. All right. So this is a crazy ticket, to be honest. Now at this point, Justin Jefferson 6-1 for 2 touchdowns. I'll throw him on with David Njoku, Theo Johnson, Noah Fant, Tyreek Hill, DeAndre Hopkins, Shakir, and Kristen Watson. 77 bets at a total of $26 pays out $573,000. And if we hit 3 of them, then we will get about 10,000 a leg. Is that right? Maybe a little bit more. About 11,000 on the average now is what we're down to because we added a couple of the favorites with Jefferson, with Njoku. I feel like we're missing out on the screen. Oh, we put Christian Watson then.
Yes.
As the one in the Green Bay game. Yeah. We'll keep that. We'll keep that like that. I was thinking Tank Dell should be a ringer. But no, Justin Jefferson is quite capable. He's the ringer of the ringers. So think about it. If Jefferson gets 2, then any of these other guys get 2. I mean, that is a good, let's see, $700 payout at the end of the day on the average. So not too shabby. In fact, we'll add that a little bit more. We'll pump it up just a hair and spend a little bit more money on this. $28.70 will be the investment for $585,000 on this ticket. But, it's pick your poison here. I mean, Montgomery, I have on a ticket already, plus 460. Aaron Jones, plus 550. Gibbs, 9-1 for 2. St. Brown, 11-1 for 2. Jordan Addison, 13-1. He's been scoring. Jameson Winston, 19-1. Sam Laporta is attractive at 21-1. How about Tim Patrick at 80-1? Tim Patrick, talked about him earlier with Del Grande. Not a cast off, but a guy who disappeared for 2 or 3 years, reemerged for Denver, got cut, now picked up by the Lions, and he's been scoring touchdowns. He's plus 550 for 1 touchdown. This is a fantastic football game.
It is.
I mean, this is on the main screen at 1 o'clock for sure, with the Packers Texans right next to it. I think at the end of the day, but 1 touchdown. Let's see on the guys we're going to get paid out. Good. Tim Patrick now 6-1 for him to score. There's a Robert Tonyan sighting, 30-1 for him to score. Jalen Naylor, that's nephew Dave guy, plus 450. Cam Akers plus 240. Ty Chandler plus 240. Laporta plus 240. Jameson Williams plus 230. St. Brown plus 150, Gibbs plus 140, Jefferson minus 105, Aaron Jones minus 110, David Montgomery minus 125. This is the same game parlay fiesta for me, more so with the Detroit props, but sprinkle in some Justin Jefferson along the way. And I'm going to take Detroit on the alt line. I'm going to take Detroit alternate total points. I think they're a complete machine. I'll take them team total over alternate. If I didn't mention that, I think I just did. Jared Goff, 2 touchdowns plus 106. 3 touchdowns for Goff is at plus 430. Sam Darnold, 3 touchdowns plus is at plus 300. 4 touchdowns for him plus 1060. I think the jig might be up a little bit for Sam Darnold here. They'll get Jefferson involved. They'll be fine with him. But at the end of the day, too much Detroit outclasses Minnesota. Give me the Lions. David, your thoughts on this?
Just what a good game this should be. Hopefully, I can't wait to sit here and watch this one. I have some Jahmyr Gibbs, so I'm kind of leaning with you. Although I will pump the brakes a little bit. I think it's going to be a close game. But Steve, what a good one we have here. There's just so many things that you could do. I think all the props are open. You have all the touchdown scores you could want. What is the you're at 50.5. You could probably move that up a little bit. Possibilities are endless here, Steve. So this will definitely be main TV here in the lounge. I'd have to agree.
All right, we'll go ahead and cue up some music. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. I'd like to power through, but we need to get the old legs here moving around. Sitting down in the chair all morning in the studio doesn't help. Maybe the Ant-Man will find his way in here. But we'll go ahead and take a break. We'll come back right after this. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray, Nephew Dave alongside. We'll hit the rest of the games coming up. And we will also go for our 2-point touchdown scores for today. Back after this.
Good, take it easy.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like Shona knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I got a right. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine.
Stand all night, I got a right. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Family owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoyment enjoying the breeze, and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
As I pack my bags to leave, I thought she would start to cry, sit around my room and weep. But you're the girl, she fooled me this time. She acted like I was the last thing on her mind. I would like to start all over again.
The Patriots falling apart early here in the second half. Flag on the play. Into the red zone go the Jaguars. And we still may get our yards or our touchdowns and our yardage that we need, Dave, here in garbage time. So let's
Not dead yet.
not dead yet. On our screen, I've flashed up a ticket. I'll just go through it in case you're listening and not watching, which, a lot of people, they were driving, listening to the program in the morning, or, having your morning coffee on the patio. People ask why we're on for so long. One, there's a lot to get through. We can talk about this stuff all day. Two, it works for us. And three, if you need morning content all morning long on a Sunday, driving, having your coffee, whatever you may be doing, you can tune us in, let it go, and there you go. We get you all prepped up for NFL gambling all day long. So a worthwhile show here in the round robin here in our third season. I am Stephen Murray. This is Nephew Dave. We are the round robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network from our lovely Chicks Beach Studios in the beautiful Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. What the puck is going on tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, as I'm looking at our little hockey background, Dave, as I'm passing by it on the production scene. So we'll get you up to date in the NHL. Another wacky week. And how about that, Nephew Dave? You have been, and I have been too, riding the Capitals over 2.5 team goals. And that has been undefeated so far.
It's gotten home every time, and they flew by that last night.
And Tom Wilson is a reborn beast right now.
Man, he is on fire, Steve.
So if you're betting Tom Wilson goal scorers, you're getting paid off big time as well. I got a ticket up on the screen, $12.50, Dave, to win $1,659. C.J. Stroud over 9.5 yards rushing. Joe Mixon over 16.5 receiving. Saquon Barkley for 25 receiving. Your boy Jahmyr Gibbs for 40 yards receiving. And Chase Brown, 25 yards receiving. Not bad, right?
Not bad at all.
$12.50 to win $1,658. We'll flip through some more tickets as we go along. So, yeah, if you're listening and not watching, sometimes it pays to watch because you'll see some cool tickets up on the screen. Moral of the story. All right, next game on the board.
Bless you.
Thank you. One more coming. I'll turn the mic down. That way you don't have to hear it out there. Actually, I think it stayed off. They want me to log back in. I should play this ticket now before it's too late. I'll mess with that in a second. Let's see here. 22-10 Jaguars. They have a first and goal at the 6-yard line is what they're calling it officially, although it looks like the 7 to me. Well, they'll call it the 6. Lawrence with the play fake. To the end zone, incomplete, looking for Gabe Davis. First game on the board in the 4 o'clock window. Let's go with your Commanders, Dave. What's the state of the union of your Commanders? They were playing a turnstile defense in the Carolina Panthers today. I will say that my favorite prop in the afternoon is a McLaurin touchdown because the Panthers secondary has been that bad all along. So I'm going to go Commanders on this game. I'm going to go Commander points. I like the McLaurin props. I probably love the Robinson props. I probably like all the props of the Commanders. In fact, I even took Noah Brown on a sneaky, weird ticket.
He could get there.
Yep. Jacksonville not in the goal line yet. But go ahead and give me the state of the union of your Commanders here.
The state of the union, Steve, is still pretty good. Tough game last week, but I think they did end up covering. And, at the defense, still a little porous. That still seems to be the weak point. But the consensus that I'm getting from, the fans that I talk to, you really can't be too mad at that game last week. The Ravens have seemed to have found their stride now, being more so the team that everybody thought they would be. Look, Washington gave it an effort. They hung in there. They didn't get their doors blown off. So, a game like that, still sitting at 4-2 with an opportunity today to be in a nice get-right spot to go 5-2. You really can't be too mad at that, Steve. So the state of the union is much better than it has been, even with the loss last week. I don't think anybody's really mad at that. That was a true test to kind of see where they stand. And I think for the most part, people are okay with it. So, Steve, a good spot today to right the ship, get feeling good again. And this is a game where they need to put up 30 today, I think. And I think they have a good chance to do it.
All right. I like the Commanders in this spot. Why don't you reel off some of the numbers for me, Dave? What do we got on the quarterback passing yards for both of these guys and their touchdowns?
Passing props here. We have Andy Dalton. His number is going to be 237.5. Jaden Daniels, 1 yard behind it, 236.5. So let's see the touchdowns. We have Jaden Daniels, baseline, over 1.5. Dalton, the same. He's getting plus money. Jaden Daniels is not. I think I took Jaden Daniels for 3 today. He has a nice game against that porous secondary. So some good numbers here, Steve, especially if you play Jaden Daniels alt touchdowns.
All right, let's see. Rushing numbers for this game. Robinson, do you expect him to be a full go here?
I don't know if he's going to be a full go. He is expected to play. He seems to be all right, but let's temper expectations there on that front with having Eckler as well. And McNichols, he can he can produce when called upon. He didn't do much last week at all where we thought he would. But let's not, throw him to the side just yet. I think he is serviceable when he needs to be. So I think the rushing props will probably be playable here as well.
And let me ask you this, because you had the key injury on defense, the lineman, I forget his name.
Jonathan Allen.
Yeah. And I was thinking the Washington defense was trending the right way. What is your opinion on their defense? Do you think, is this a defense actually getting better? Maybe a little underrated. Yeah, they've been scorched at times, but they can be much better. Give me a little more insight defensively on these guys.
There's a lot of room to improve. I think that the defense, unfortunately, is the weak point. Maybe not at the line and at the second level, but it's in the secondary, Steve. We have a really nice linebacking core. They can get it done. The defensive line is still good, even with the key injury. Steve, it's the secondary that's the problem, and that could lead to the possibility of some numbers for Andy Dalton. He likes to sling it around. So I think there is possibilities there for him as well, Steve. 2 touchdowns was plus money. Unfortunately, I think it might be an all right bet. It's the secondary is what it boils down to.
All right. Jaden Daniels, 50.5 for his rushing yards. Brian Robinson, 59.5 for his rushing yards. Eckler, 27.5 for him. Passing wise, you talked about that. Receiving prop wise, McLaurin 63.5, Ertz 30.5, Noah Brown 34.5. Potential low hanging fruit with that one. Chuba 20.5, Deontay 64.5, Xavier Leggett 37.5. So I guess we do have Deontay Johnson. That was going to be a question as well. Brian Robinson just 8.5. How about him receiving? He catches the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean that's one or two catches really from the backfield. He makes a couple guys miss. There you go. That's 10 yards.
And he is plus 440 for 25 yards today. Receiving is Brian Robinson Jr. So I like that number. Let's look at the 2 touchdown scorers. We'll go ahead and build the ticket for the rest of the evening for 2 touchdown scorers now. Robinson Jr. plus 320. Chuba plus 500. Daniels plus 550. Jeremy McNichols plus 650. I'm not doing anything McNichols. I got burned on that last week. Eckler plus 650. McLaurin 8-1. I think we throw him into a 2 touchdown score again.
Absolutely.
Deontay Johnson 12-1. Leggett 21-1. Noah Brown 22-1. Go ahead and give me that. You know what? I'll do a long shot with Luke McCaffrey as well. 48-1. I'll throw him on the same ticket, Dave.
You got to think his time is coming at some point.
He's gonna one of those guys again who's gonna break out. I mean, did we have receiving numbers on Luke McCaffrey? Not yet, anyway. Maybe a little bit closer to game time. We'll take a look at that this afternoon. So note McCaffrey receiving. As my list is getting long for the weekend, I need to go back through. But Commanders minus 9.5, 51.5. Would you lay the 9.5 here?
I think you could. I would move it just for the sake of getting a better number. They ought to be able to win this game by a couple more than 9.5. So, you know, I think so, Steve. I think you can lay it.
The 30.5 for their baseline minus 124. What does that tell you?
Right.
Carolina 20.5 for theirs. 25-10 Jacksonville over New England third quarter. Man, so in order to get the Commanders to pay out good now, this is crazy that we have to say this like this. Where did you would you have thought this earlier, Dave? That now for the Commanders to get the 40 points, that's your big payout plus 420. Actually, the better numbers 38.5 over under. That extra point is only down to plus 400. And plus 285 is at 37.5. So your biggest bargain is over 38.5. Another lesson to be learned out there for you guys. Sometimes when these numbers are crunched together, like this 38.5 and 39.5, plus 400 and plus 420s, not that much of a difference. Take the 38.5. 37.5 to 38.5 plus 115 is a big difference. Take the 38.5, not the 37.5. So another little lesson for you kids out there. His nephew Dave called me the gambling wizard earlier this week. There you go. There's some wizardry for you, nephew. Yep, all Commanders all day for me. The McLaurin touchdown is the lock of the day.
Yep, minus 115 now. He's been plus money forever, and now they are catching on to it.
All right. Let's see here. I had no Ant-Man. I guess we won't have any injury updates or anything like that. I think we covered most of it anyway.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp, do we see him listed in this game with the Rams and the Raiders?
I'll take a look here.
I don't see him listed on mine.
Let's take a look here.
The buttons have a little bit of a delay today. I have to reboot that. Yeah, why is it doing that again? Kyron Williams minus 220. So again, the lesson is let it fester for a quarter. If he hasn't scored, you're going to get him at a plus number, and that's when you take him.
Kupp is questionable.
Alexander Madison plus 160. Jordan Whittington 2-1. Brock Bowers plus 220. Tutu Atwell plus 230. Demarcus Robinson. Where have you been, Demarcus Robinson? You were so good last year, plus 260. Zamir White plus 280. Colby Parkinson plus 280. Blake Corum, we haven't seen him at all, plus 370. Harrison Bryant. Is that Dave Del Grande, sneaky guy that we have here? Yeah, it is. Harrison Bryant receptions is what Dave Del Grande likes. He's 7 plus 750 for a touchdown today. In the later game, so when I do an obscure touchdown scorer list, I'm going to put him on there. For one, do we get a receiving number on Harrison Bryant receiving yards, which is, that's under the radar, Dave, right?
Yeah, I would say.
I don't have a number on him yet, but we probably will later.
I have. That's receptions. I do have one for him. It is 13.5.
Yeah, okay. So you'll get a good number at 25 yards for Harrison Bryant. Brock Bowers, 60.5 baseline. Trey Tucker, 39.5. Kyron Williams, 14.5. You could get some Max Crosby pressure and definitely get Kyron to catch a ball at 25 yards at plus 220. So I'm going to write that down as well. I'd rather have Kyron Williams at plus 220 for 25 yards than a touchdown at minus 220, to be honest, at the end of the day. I think the receiving is a much easier thing to do because he will catch some passes as well. Passing yards for this game, the baseline for Stafford is 230.5. Aiden O'Connell, 219.5. Stafford for 3 touchdowns today is at plus 400, minus 104 for 2. Aiden O'Connell is at 2 touchdowns at plus 230, which is an interesting number just because of how bad the Rams secondary is at the end of the day. I'm wondering if this is a sneaky over game too, just because the Rams defense will keep it that way. And the Rams will put up offensive numbers as well. And another weird circumstance. Last week, the Raiders at home had nothing but Steeler fans in their Coliseum at home. Now they'll go to the road at the Rams, where they probably have more fans in the away team stadium than the Rams. How about that for interesting subplots? At the end of the game, Dave, this is not an attractive one for me.
Not at all.
And somewhat of a pass. But I'll look at some Dave Del Grande recommended Harrison Bryant receiving yards. And we'll wait a little closer to kickoff to see what kind of crazy alternate numbers we can get for that.
I did take a Kyron. That's what I will take away from this game.
And you know what? We don't have any 2 touchdown scored. Yeah, here we go. I had to dig for it, not on the main menu. 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams plus 230. Alexander Madison 11-1. Jordan Withington 17-1. Brock Bowers 18-1. Tutu Atwell 20-1. Demarcus Robinson 23-1. Colby Parkinson 30-1. So let's put that in our long shot 4 o'clock parlay. Colby Parkinson for 2 touchdowns. The tight end for the Rams, especially if there's no Cup. Parkinson has had a decent little season. So we'll throw him in there. We'll trust Stafford more than the other guy at the end of the day. If you want to throw Brock Bowers in there, I can't argue with you too much. But for the most part, a pass, Dave, we'll take a stab on some Parkinson props and some Harrison Bryant receiving yards. What do you have? Give me all 20 plays of this game.
Yeah. This is another keeping it simple. Kyron Williams for a touchdown has made it into a afternoon touchdown scorers parlay. So we're just going to worry about one thing in this game, Steve, and that's it.
All right. Hey, that's a layup. Honestly, Kyron Williams to get a touchdown. That's been about as big of an auto play as you can get on the season. All right, next game. Last 4 o'clock game. And that is the 49ers and the Chiefs. Dave, break it down for me.
All right, Steve. I think the Chiefs come away with this one. 49ers are at home. I understand that Chiefs have some injuries, but has San Francisco really shown that, they're gonna beat the Chiefs? I'm not so sure, Steve. I would go money line. I have Xavier Worthy to score today. I think he's more so the focal point now with the injuries that they do have on offense. So I'm gonna take a Kittles touchdown, and I'm gonna do a Worthy touchdown, same game style.
All right. Next, let's see. Props on this one from me. I like the 49ers. I'll say that. I do like the 49ers. And let's see here. They are 1.5 as a favorite. Del Grande says it ain't going to happen, and he's right there in San Francisco. But I'm not going to be shocked if the 49ers win this game by double digits. My single best player today is going to be Deebo Samuel. I think it's a one-man wrecking crew, maybe, potentially. He'll get help from Kittles because the Chiefs are bad against tight ends this season, really bad. So this is definitely a chance to hop on Kittles. But I think it's Deebo early and often, man. Playing with a vengeance, a hungry San Fran team. Obviously, they have running back issues. Do we get Jordan Mason involved? I mean, he's on there right now, but how much will he play? Deebo is plus 130 for a touchdown. I think if you have a day-long ticket for one touchdown score, you got to put him on there at plus 130. In fact, I'm going to find 4 players. I'm going to throw McLaurin on there. I'm going to throw Deebo Samuel on there. I'm going to come up with 2 more at a little plus price. And I'm going to use one of these 50% profit boosters and lay a nice little wager on these guys. But Deebo's going to be on that ticket. Kelsey's plus 150, Ayuk plus 170. Kittle's there he is at plus 175. Kyle Juszczyk, don't rule him out because of the running scenarios going on. He is at plus 850 for an anytime touchdown today as well. To score 2, Mason's at 5-1, Kareem Hunt 8-1. There's Deebo 9-1. I'll throw Deebo on this ticket. We have a 4:00, Dave, with McLaurin. McCaffrey is a long shot, sneaky one. Colby Parkinson and Deebo Samuel. We'll do the 3-game parlays, which means Samuel and Parkinson will either get McLaurin will be a winner or McCaffrey will be a winner as well. So we don't need a combination. We're not looking for 2 commanders to get 4 touchdowns total. We're doing this so we can separate it and give us another chance on a higher scoring team. But if we do a $5 parlay, let's see here if I can do this quick math real quick. So this would be an investment of $10. We're going to get we'll get about $40,000 if it's McCaffrey, Parkinson, and Samuel. We will get about $8,000 on $5 if it's Colby Parkinson, Deebo Samuel, and Terry McLaurin. Is that too much to ask for?
Not at all.
$5 to win $8,000?
Not at all.
I don't think so. I mean, you're talking about one of the lonely Rams receivers. You're talking about Deebo. You're talking about Scary Terry. I mean, that's a bet we're going to have at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
In fact, I like McLaurin and Deebo for 2 each, just by themselves in the ticket. We'll go ahead and play that as well. But I like the Niners here. If you take the alt line, we haven't gone over any alt spread lines yet this morning. That's all year one. That's all I went over was the alt spread lines. But the alt line for this, because it's somewhat redundant once you get used to it. But the Niners today to win by 9.5 is at 3-1. I like that. And to win by 13 points, minus 12.5. And the reason why we do that is we give ourselves room for a missed extra point. Or if we do the touchdowns and 2 field goals, there we go. But plus 420 on that. And Dave, this could be our touchdown and field goal.
Yes. Yep.
Each half game.
Yep. Let's see what we got that number at.
To be honest, 2 good field goal kickers, I think.
13.
The 49ers guy's been a little bad.
13-1.
All right, write it down for us.
All right.
We might eliminate someone here down the road. We got to round robin these, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But minus 12.5 at plus 420 for the 49ers today. Give me the Niners. Give me the Niners in a somewhat of a route revenge game. Kansas City, even off the bye, due to lose, banged up. Just a little outmatched on the road today. And here's the thing.
Interesting.
I heard this the other day. If the 49ers can't beat the Chiefs today, when are they going to beat them?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they can never beat them in the Super Bowl when it really matters. I mean, can they get this consolation prize today? Right. I mean, that's just my kind of thinking. All right, night game with the Jets and the Steelers. Here we go with another system play. But, man, is this scary as a system play. We're talking about Russell Wilson. Coaches fired, new wide receivers. Steelers underdog at home now to the Jets, who are the favorite as a team with the worst record on the road. It's in the conference, not the division, so it's not an ideal system play. This might be a scenario in which the system play loses, but I don't trust Russell Wilson either at the end of the day. This game's has gotten grosser and grosser by the minute to me. In fact, this is one of my, as entertaining as this could be, this is my, I'm going to be despised trying to play this. 39.5's the over-under. So 1.5, 39.5. Why do I think that the Jets win this game 20-19? You know, there is a live boost on it, so I'm going to have to play that route. Are there any low-hanging numbers on this game? I guess since it's Aaron Rodgers, I think you have to look at the Breece Hall receptions again, just because of the nature of the Pittsburgh defense. The Breece Hall receptions did cash me out Monday night, so I can ride that again. 5 catches at plus 130. I think that's a good, fair number for him. And then his receive yards, which is always live as well. 40 yards is at plus 210. 50 yards is at plus 370. If I'm going to look at another guy, it might be Conklin. Conklin for 40 yards in this game is at plus 410. That's going to be the play for me. That's a good number on Tyler Conklin, who was quiet last week, but Rodgers has shown that he likes him. I think Freiermuth can get involved as well. 40 yards for him is at plus 144. You don't know who Wilson's going to favor. He's going to go to the tight end, man. I think it's a Freiermuth and Conklin type of game. So I'll figure out some props amongst the tight ends, and I'll throw in a little Breece Hall. What do you got, Dave?
I like that. I like the receiving yards for the running backs here too. Jaylen Warren for just 25 is plus 210. I think maybe you see a couple dump offs now, whether it be to Warren or Harris. You're getting really, really good numbers for either of them just for 25. And when you think about it, if they do that 2 or 3 times and the chunk of yards are good, then that shouldn't be too much to ask. Najee Harris, 25 plus 230. Jaylen Warren, 25 plus 210. I think that's maybe somewhere that I would look, Steve, for receiving props. Other than that, oh man, it's you talked about this game possibly being entertaining. I think it has the makings to possibly be not entertaining as well.
All right, let's see here. Let me go ahead and add some funds to the old account here. And I want to play this ticket before I add to it, Dave, since this is the Sunday slate. And I don't want to have to sit here on a Monday. I'm talking about the 3 touchdown scores that we got already. I guess we got to find one in this game, just if there's a chance. I mean, 2 touchdown scores, who's the most likely candidate? Breece Hall?
Yeah, probably.
Plus 850. We'll take him. Najee Harris is 10-1. Devontae Adams 12-1. George Pickens 18-1. Garrett Wilson 18-1. Freiermuth 31.
Now, why not the 2 tight ends? Pick one of them. I mean, 30-1 for Freiermuth.
Yeah, all right. Let's throw Freiermuth in there at 31-1. Alan Lazard 40-1.
Conklin 45-1. I might even like that one a little better. I think he's got more opportunity to do it.
Let's just throw them both in there. Conklin 85-1 is what I see.
Oh man.
Jaylen
Shop
Warren,
around.
47-1. All right, so the average, if we do this for a 3-game parlay for 2 touchdown scores, either McLaurin or McCaffrey in the Commander game, Colby Parkinson, Deebo Samuel, And then either Friarmouth or Conklin. We'll just do 25 cents. No sense to get too crazy.
Right.
A $3 bet pays $65,000. So on the average, that's about $5,000 each if you can get a combination of those three.
Why not?
Off 25 cents. Yeah, why not? So we'll go ahead and fire that in. I'll hit the reuse play on this. All right, interesting. So night game there. Give me some Breece Hall. Give me the tight ends. I like that. I think that's a good angle, Dave. All right, that's why we do the show. We got a couple good Monday games. We'll group them together. That's what we do on Monday usually. Ravens, Tampa Bay, I think has a great chance to get off and have a lot of points.
Yes.
And I think the other game has a chance too, to be honest, a little bit. I like the Chargers as a team trending up. Some people expect regression from them. I feel like the more Herbert puts the ball in the air, the more dangerous they actually become as a running team as well. Almost like the pass will set up the run, like the old school Patriot way. That's what they used to do. They used to pass and then run the ball. And that's where they can find success, I think. We can find 2 touchdown scorers all over this list. I'll go through both the games. I'll start with the later one. Dobbins plus 450. Connor 6-1. Marvin Harrison 11-1. Trey McBride 27-1 for 2 touchdowns. Ladd McConkey 19-1. I'll go ahead and throw him on this crazy ticket we got going on here. Kyler Murray 20-1. We talked about McBride. Josh Palmer 37-1. We don't have my guy Quentin Johnston. He's hurt. So it will be the Ladd McConkey show against a bad Cardinals defense. And then in the other game, the 2 touchdown scores, and we'll go through all the numbers in a second. Because Baker has some good numbers. Lamar has some good numbers. Again, when I get to the NFL, all they want me to do is go to the Jaguar.
Oh, Bucky Irving?
Patriot game. Bucky Irving won me a ticket last week. I mean, as we're flipping through tickets, yeah, we've seen this one enough. Here, I'll throw another one on there. All my passers today that we have going on. Take Drake May off of this list and add in someone else you like, maybe, if you're looking at this on the screen. Bucky Irving for 2 touchdowns. Let's look at him. Is at plus 800. Derrick Henry plus 290. Mike Evans 10-1. Lamar Jackson 11-1. Zay Flowers 11-1. I mean, the back end of this Bucs defense is bad. Chris Godwin 12-1. Sean Tucker 15-1. Rashad White 16-1. Rashad Bateman 28-1. Mark Andrews 36-1. Isaiah Likely 28-1. Cade Otton 37-1. Justice Hill 43-1. So some big numbers here, Dave. Regular touchdown scores in both of these games, and then I'll get your thoughts. Henry is minus 190. Bucky plus 115. Evans plus 135. Lamar plus 140. Zay Flowers plus 150. Godwin plus 155. He's been on fire. Sean Tucker, we've nailed it on the Godwin props last couple of weeks. Sean Tucker plus 195. Rashad White plus 195. I mean, I'm just not ready to jump off the list of any of these guys. I mean, give them all to me. And then for the other game, the regular touchdown scores are. And I wanted to do a new segment, Dave. I need to get a sounder for it. But the top 2 games to go to overtime.
Oh. A little OT action.
And we'll look at the payouts for those real quick, too. But single touchdowns minus 140 for the Dobbins. Connor minus 105. Ladd's McConkey 2-1. Good number for him. Plus 155 for Harrison Jr. Kyler plus 250. McBride plus 280. Kamini Vidal scored last week plus 330. Will Disley is someone Del Grande likes at plus 370. All right, so your favorite plays tomorrow, Dave?
Yeah, probably so. I like the Bucky play as well. Yeah, it's wide open there in Baltimore and Tampa. I think we see a little bit of a shootout there. 50 might be a little hair low, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
I think we can move that up for sure. So you're wide open. That's one of the games that we talk about. Fire away there. First game up Monday evening. Steve, that could be a candidate for the scoring prop as well come Monday evening. So we'll definitely take a look at that. Actually, both of these could probably be.
They might get too many touchdowns is the problem.
Well, yeah, you would think that. I could see it in the Chargers-Cardinals for sure.
But you have good kickers, too, at the end of the day.
A two-game parlay of that scoring prop would not be a bad Monday night ticket, I think.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Give me Baltimore to win that. Again, they seem to have things rolling now. And then I like the Chargers, and I like the Dobbins angle. I liked him when he came into the league with Baltimore. He just kept getting hurt, and he could never show what he has. Seems to have landed in a good spot in L.A. I think L.A. edges that one out as well.
I was on the right track with Justin Herbert last week on his passing prop yardage alternate over. He got there. I think he got right at 250, so he had a nice payout on that number. 196 is his baseline here. So for Herbert against a bad in the Cardinal defense, is that plus 370 for 250 yards passing. That's a number I'll be playing again in that game. Kyler Murray on his alternate yards. I'll pass on that one. I mean, he's only plus 230 for 250 or more. So he's more of a favorite to throw for 250 than Herbert is. I don't buy that at all.
Right.
The other game with the quarterbacks, again, they're trying to give me all the fourth quarter props of the Patriots Jaguars game, which if you haven't heard us talk about, that's for a reason. There's only 3 points scored in the second half, and we are ticking under 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in the game. So Patriots with a 3rd and 8. They need the first down to keep this moving, or this clock's really going to melt away. May down the field, and he has
that's a good catch.
Hunter Henry, who carries tacklers up the midfield. All right, so still life here for New England. Again, somehow I'm on the Patriot Jaguar game, trying to get to these Raven props. Baker for the passing, 253.5. Lamar, 229.5. Baker Mayfield, I'd rather have the passing touchdowns, although Bucky comes into play. Yeah, plus 360 for 3, 12-1 for 4. If Baker can he's done that a couple of times. Lamar Jackson for 3 touchdowns passing is at 4-1. 4 touchdowns passing for him is at plus 280. So if we need a 2 touchdown scorer in each game, Dave, who do you want to take in this Raven game? I'll give you the call. I'm going to plug him in. We have long shots on Cade Otton. Zay Flowers seems attractive at 11-1. Bucky seems attractive. Henry sounds attractive. Henry could be the ringer on this ticket at 290, that's for sure. Lamar Jackson's 11-1. Godwin's 12-1. He's been on fire. What do you got here?
All right, we're looking for 2 in this one. Oh man, there's a.
We had Mark Andrews last week with Godwin. That might be the play together tomorrow night, just them 2, to be honest.
Right. Mike Evans looks good at 8-1. Derrick Henry with the low number. So if we're looking to play a little something else, maybe my guy Zay Flowers, he was heavily involved last week against Washington. He's got an 11-1 number for 2.
I feel like he's due for 2.
Steve, I'm thinking that myself, and for that reason, my choice will be Zay Flowers.
He's a guy who can always score 2, and he's actually due to get 2. In the other game, I think I have Ladd McConkey. Yes, I do. All right, so this ticket for the late touchdown scorers in the night games is Terry McLaurin, Luke McCaffrey, Colby Parkinson, Deebo Samuel, Pat Freiermuth, Tyler Conklin, Ladd McConkey, and Zay Flowers. And if we do, we'll just hit the 3s. And 44 different bets averaging out to $169,100. So the average payout on that is about $4,000, a little bit less on 25 cents. If you hit any combination of these 3, So I'll go ahead and submit that in, and I'll place that wager right now.
Now, are we sure Quentin Johnston's hurt? Because I do have numbers for him.
Oh, no. Yeah. What do you have for him? I don't see him on my list.
Plus 340 anytime, 30-1 for 2.
And we have a Patriot touchdown.
Oh, Drake May for 2.
And that is 2. I don't even know who this is.
That's
KJ Osborne. So Drake May gets his 2 touchdowns, nephew Dave.
Yes, sir.
The Pats, will they go for 2 or they go for 1? They're down 9. So we'll see what they do for the extra point here. All right. Way to go through the list, Dave. Looks like we have a lot of good stuff to get through.
Booty got his 25.
All right. Booty got his 25. I don't think I'm going to win my Drake May rushing. And Polk hasn't done a thing. But Patriots, if they can somehow tie this game, they're going to go for 2 right now, down 9. So that tells me that may go for 2 if they score again.
If they get it, come on, we need 8.5. Oh, he falls down.
The receiver falls down. They're still 9 points down. Oof, that's going to be a rough comeback still. I think you got to kick the 1 there, man.
Yeah, I do too. Why? I don't know why you do that.
I don't know why you do that. All right, let's do our 2 touchdown scores, and we'll get the best candidates for overtime. We'll cue up the best sounder in all of sports. If anyone's seen the Ant-Man out there, send him to the sports lounge for 1 o'clock football meeting. Something tells me the Ant-Man will emerge right at 12:55.
I'm sure.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, David, your 2 touchdown scorers are?
All right, they're going to be Devin A-Chain for 2. We're going to sprinkle in some Joe Mixon. Give me a little Josh Allen, and we're going to end things off with a little Jamar Chase for 2. That's 4 players. Average on that, should we get it? It is round robin, but the jackpot is going to end up being about $5,000, Steve.
I got long shots and I got short shots. I'll give you the best fun ones. And, we've been playing the long shots a lot this morning, so you probably should have been listening. If you haven't, maybe I'll review it a little bit. But all right, I'll give you the long shot and the short shot. You talked me into it, guys. All right. Short shot, James Cook in the Bills game. Long shots, Khalil Shakir. Short shot, Tank Dell. Longer shot, Christian Watson, although he doesn't feel like a long shot. In the Packer game. The Colt Dolphin game, give me Tyreek Hill for 2. That's all I got there. The Falcons game. Dave Del Grande loves Noah Fant, so know that he's on a ticket.
Bless you.
Thank you. Consider him your long shot because Noah Fant is a long shot to get for 2. Give me DK Metcalf if I got to pick someone on that one. Give me Justin Jefferson for my ringer pick and my parlays. But I got long shot Tim Patrick. Why not? 80-1 for him. In the Bengal-Brown game, give me a long shot on David Njoku since he's paying a lot. Short shot Jamar Chase. I'll agree with you there. Long shot in the Giant game, Theo Johnson. Short shot in that one, A.J. Brown. I'll figure to take somewhere along the lines. I'll just trust he's a good receiver and strong enough to at least jump up and get 2 balls somehow in a lower scoring game. Rams game, we'll take Colby Parkinson as your medium shot. Commanders game, we love Terry McLaurin. 49er game, we love Deebo Samuel. Long shot with McCaffrey in the Commander game. We'll take both the tight ends in the night game tonight, Freiermuth and Conklin. And you know what? You can take whoever you want in the Ravens-Buccaneers game. Let's be honest. I'll sprinkle on some Ladd McConkey for 2 touchdowns with the Chargers. All right, Dave, my 2 games that were most likely to go to overtime today. I will say the Eagles and the Giants are a good candidate for overtime this afternoon. And I'll also say that the Seahawks and the Falcons are a good candidate for overtime as well. The overtime on the Seahawks and the Falcons game for overtime for those 2 teams is at 13-1. And the overtime for the other game with the Eagles and the Giants will be right about the same, I'm sure, which is 13-1. Figure a $10 bet will win you close to $1,000 on both of those. All right, you got 2 overtime games for me?
Yeah, Steve, you took one of them from me. I'm going to go with the Seahawks and the Falcons as well. But here's another one. Divisional game. 2 very, very good teams. And if Minnesota can keep up, I think that the Lions and the Vikings have a pretty good chance. I mean, could you see overtime in that game? I could.
13-1 for that one.
So sign me up for a little Detroit and Minnesota extra football there.
All right, Dave, your best bets for today.
All right, best bet, Steve. We're going to go with, pulling this up now, we're going to go with a Texans money line play today. Over 50.5 in the Carolina-Washington game. Each team for a touchdown and a field goal all game. That is Tennessee and Buffalo. Give me a little Falcons money line, and we're going to round it off with a Chiefs money line win in San Francisco.
All right, let's see. My Patriots plays won't get home. No shocker there. Give me the Packers to beat the Texans. Not handily, but I can see them winning by 10 points. I'll take the Dolphins in an upset on the road with the Colts. We'll see Tyreek Hill get off on his numbers. I'll rewind to the props in a second. Let me get through the games. We'll look for a higher scoring game, really in all of these. Colts, Dolphins, everything at 1 o'clock. Packers, Texans, Bills, Titans. Falcons, Seahawks, I'm a little skeptical of. Maybe that ends 27-24, which would be under the total. Maybe a sneakily over game with Cleveland and Cincinnati as well. If Cleveland can just get off the mat and show some life, you might see these 2 teams go up and down. They've done it before. We definitely have a chance for points in this Lions-Vikings game. The Commanders can get their over team points for sure, and maybe even ridiculously so if they can get into the 40s. I do not doubt they get into the 40s against Carolina, Dave. I like the 49ers to beat the Chiefs. And I like the over in that Ravens-Buccaneers game as well. And I'll also take the Chargers. I'll jump on them one more time. The system play says take the Jets. It's 7-0 on the show the last 3 years. That is the Jets now up to 2.5 as well. Now, from the last hour of the show, from 1.5 to 2.5 now for the Jets. The system play is the away team worst record is the favorite over the home team with the better record. 7-0 on the show. We like it better in division. There's a lot of weird quirks in this one, but we'll consider it a system play nonetheless. And I'll have to notate this forever if it loses, that if it smells fishy because of the weird coaching firings, wide receivers, you need to cancel that off the way that you play the system play. There are certain conditions will make it exempt from that list. And some of that criteria perhaps exists tonight in Pittsburgh if the Steelers win this game or cover. Let's see. Prop wise, got some weird ones. I'll do some of the Dave Del Grande props as well. But I'll take Joe Mixon receiving yards. I'll take Stroud and Love passing touchdowns. I'll take Amari Cooper on the live line for an anytime touchdown. Let's get him a touchdown late second half, early third quarter. Once Buffalo can flex their muscles, make him feel comfortable, get him involved a little bit more, get a big payout there. Dave Del Grande, Harrison Bryant receiving yards. He has a Jalen Coker signing if you can find him somewhere. He has a Will Dissly receiving yards for the Chargers. He likes Mark Andrews as one of his top picks as well for receiving yards because it's so low, 24.5. Let's see here. He also likes the Colts running back Goodson. That's where I came up with him. So Goodson has a chance on his receive yards. Very low-hanging fruit there. I'm going to look at players today like Mason Rudolph for his touchdown passes, keeping in garbage time especially, if they're trying to play catch-up with Buffalo. I'm going to look at the tight end for the Titans, Okunakwo, whatever his name is. So Mason Rudolph maybe getting him involved because his numbers are so low. We have low numbers on Keon Coleman. We have low numbers on Tucker Kraft. We have low numbers again on Goodson. I like DK Metcalf for a touchdown. I like Drake London for a touchdown. I love Terry McLaurin for a touchdown. I love that might be the four-way there. I love our guy Debo for a touchdown as well. Theo Johnson under the radar play today, perhaps. We'll throw in Njoku in as a longer shot touchdown guy as well. Let's see. Chase Brown receiving yards. Brian Robinson receiving yards. And let's see. McCaffrey receiving yards once they pop off on the board. Do you have a number for McCaffrey receiving yards?
Yeah, I think I do. Let me no, that's not what I wanted. Let's check there. Receiving yards.
4:51 left to go in this Patriot-Jaguar game. It is second down for the Jaguars. They are at the New England 45-yard line. A gain of 2 on the play. They will have 3rd and long.
I actually do not.
All right, so he's off the board for the moment. We do have baseball tonight, Dave. The Mets. Mets plus 124 on the money line. I'll throw that on there as the Dodgers have a bullpen game against Sean Manaea, who's been fantastic for the Metropolitans. All right, we'll go ahead and cue it up. That's going to be a wrap for Week 7. We are right at noon Eastern Standard Time, so that gives you an hour to get all your plays in for kickoff. If you want to revisit any of this program in the next hour before kickoff, you can go back to our YouTube channel, Deep End 757 Broadcasting, or go to the website with the link, deependbroadcasting.com. Tomorrow night, What the Puck is Going On, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nephew Dave will lead the way with the NHL hockey, and I will follow suit. All right, good luck on your tickets, everybody.